Welcome back, people. TV Dave Rose here for Lazy Sunday. Thank you all for joining us here. As always, let's start off our show by showing our gratitude and appreciation for all those that have chosen to spend their time with us here today. We have the man with two first names. We have Steve Callan. We have Jay Diz, and a few more watching. Hope your Sunday is going well. Sorry, I'm really tired from last night, and that's actually something I was going to address. Yesterday's show was actually really good. The stream that Ken put up, Insomniac 196, talked about a lot of different things. It was like close to 6 hours. And I was on for possibly an hour. I don't remember. But, I was tired because of the night before, obviously. We stayed up till close to 3 on Friday for Fire. And Nikki popped out, but I stayed for an extra hour, I believe. And, yeah, definitely tiring. For you, the people. But, I was just sitting back, watch. And I do like that, to be able to just sit back and watch Ken and others do their show. Obviously, you guys know that, shout out to Leaping Lizard in the chat, Bam. You know that Mello gets on my nerves, and I think that other people see that as well, or experience that as well, because sometimes he's just too over the top, but sometimes he can keep control of it, and that makes the show much better in my opinion. But just having Drew on, there's actually a good dichotomy of characters. Drew always brings a different type of energy, attitude, and perspective, and it actually provides a good sounding board and such. It's somebody who is knowledgeable, educated, knows about things that others don't. And yeah, it gives a really distinct sort of feeling to that show, or to the shows that he's on, sort of thing, when you've got say Ken there. Totally forgot to say, this is an totally open phone calls or Skype calls, if you want to call in, and just about anybody. Obviously, we know that Tony is not allowed on here. Bullfrog's not allowed on here. And I can't remember who the third one was. But if anyone just wants to call in and just hang out, that's perfectly fine. It's truly, truly a lazy Sunday. Watched a little bit of, and I'm going to be talking about all different sorts of things here. If somebody wants to hear about something, just put it in the chat. Leaping Lisa says, you mean Mellow Styles? Yeah, I remember a little bit of that when they're playing the music and so forth. Shout out to It's the Costanza. I'm wondering if the alerts aren't working. Because usually there's been many more people at the start of this. Oh, yeah. Filthy. There were some great parts with Filthy. He didn't stay the whole night, obviously. He never does. But there was the whole cigarette, the reflection in the camera for the cigarette in the mouth and stuff. There was the meat tag thing, and I remember, like, I suggested it to Ken when he went wild about somebody. Well, when Nikki, I think, thought it was a crumb, so went wild about it, and I suggested to Ken. Actually, no, it was before this. It was before this because it was one of the original group of ideas that I sent to Ken in regards to Friday Night Fire. Basically, all these different types of skits, bits and all that sort of thing. Hold on. Give me a second, Wire. It's me, Moik. Again, it's me, Moik, not doing what it's told. All right, you should be able to hear me better. Go ahead, Ken.
Is that are you having the same problem as I was?
No, there's I think it's a driver issue, but the bottom line is that every time I go into Skype, it goes to the default device, which is supposed to be my USB mic,
Right.
the Rockstar mic,
Right.
and it just goes to
Right.
my webcam mic instead, which now
See,
works.
I have like similar issues. It is a driver issue, so we need to
No,
get together and try to help fix this.
you have to tell Windows. It depends on how old your hardware is, but you buy new stuff. But um, you got to go into Windows microphone. Like if you go into the control panel in Windows
Right.
and you go to where the microphone is, you'll have the ability to choose a default device. And if you tell it specifically, I want it to be my XLR or whatever or something, it should stay there.
As default.
You have to no, you have to change where it's default. Let's say something
Right.
like, oh, default device, and
Right.
you should be able to choose. Like there should be a little arrow that lets you press it, and then you get a list of all the different types of um, microphones. Are you talking
Options.
about this happens in Skype?
Well, like when I'm on the show, literally it'll because right now I've been doing like you. I have the sound coming through the laptop speakers and I have the mic
I
away.
don't
I'm
know.
still
You
using
have a
my mic.
really weird setup, and even when you sent me a video and stuff, it first of all, it was in such disarray. Those cables were everywhere that I had to watch it 4 or 5 times just to figure out which cable was going where. Your,
I know.
your tutorial was
Well,
terrible.
the blue thing was the Ethernet cable. But yeah, you're right. What do I
It
do?
was so difficult
Staple it to the
because
wall?
then you're like it's going to here and here. I'm like what? And I had to watch it a few times to figure it out. And I think my suggestion to you actually helped you somewhat, didn't it?
Well, it still
You
had the
didn't have any
problem. That's what I'm
problems
saying.
after that,
Like,
you said.
well, like instead of like before, remember a couple times the show, like it got muted. Well, that's because what I do, I just take the whole fucking unplug it out of the computer, out of the laptop, and then it starts, and we plug it in, and it goes back
That might
uh,
happen
to
because there's too
regular.
much. Like that's why I suggested getting a USB hub that has a power
I
connector.
did that. I have that.
Really? Oh my God,
Yeah.
man! I hate troubleshooting.
But it probably
Over
look
the
what
phone,
you
but
just explained. It probably is just a driver issue because like
it could no, it could be as
everything
simple as
works.
telling Windows to remember that selection.
Right.
Um,
And but
you
can we
know,
dive into this mellow yellow issue?
yeah, go ahead.
Um, well, look,
I don't want to be
we know
talking
he's
tech support right now.
a ham planet, but I personally sent him a Skype message yesterday. I don't know if he got it, saying at the end of the day, I appreciate him for being. Uh, I don't want to say use the word loyal, even though that's one we can throw in there, but just solid and supportive
He's
of Ken
supportive,
throughout
yeah,
all these
absolutely.
years. Yes, sticky by Ken, and I look at it as a friend of Ken is a friend of mine, because Ken's not going to roll around with scumbags. You know what I'm saying? So
I understand. I understand.
Joe made the mistake of letting the scumbags, and some could say including me to an extent, but I'm talking like the malicious people, and letting them roll around for a while, and then but Ken, on the other hand, it's a big difference. And so, I mean, when we do the heat on Mellow Yellow, like, there's a few things I could even point out. I mean, just like a couple little things would go a long way with Mellow. That's all I'm saying. Like,
That's what
I,
I've always said.
I'll give you an
And it
example.
just
Like
doesn't
when
have to
Ken,
go overboard. That's the thing. Like he can be like people are enthusiastic, people are happy, go lucky. Sometimes you could call them clowns and stuff. Um, but it just seems, many times seems over the top and forced.
right?
You know.
I'll give you my number one gripe that I'll just off the top of my head, my number one with him. And again, I'm sure a million people have a million gripes with me, but with Mello off the bat, I'll give you an example. Ken, like I'll be Ken right now. Oh, what a great day! And then Mello would be like, he'll try to do the same voice or whatever Ken's saying right after Ken
Yeah,
is doing it,
it's immediately right
and
after, and he's done that with
even
many
like
people.
even like when Ken's doing a voice for a little while, doing a couple sentences. Okay, he's doing a bit, with the voice, so everyone shut up. Kid's doing the bit with the voice, whatever voice he's doing. And a lot of times Mello does that same voice or same laugh or whatever after
Yeah, right after.
Ken. That's my number one. If he could stop doing that and just know when to get in there, because I know it's hard because of Skype. I get it. It's hard because of Skype
Oh, dude,
and all that.
Skype
But
yesterday was shit when I was on because I was talking. I was actually really tired, so I was just like, I wasn't even like speaking loudly. I was just,
right.
and for some reason, normally it works, but so many people couldn't hear me. And it's just at one point I was like, Drew, can you hear me at all? It's like, oh no,
You were
no.
on, yes, bro. I love Drew in the mix now.
Yeah, I called in yesterday.
Oh
I
my
was
god,
talking about that.
I love Drew. I didn't hear your part yet, bro. Because listen, I was listening.
It's close to the end. Drew wanted to know my opinion, so I called in. I gave my opinion. We discussed it.
Oh, I
stayed on
gotta
for
listen
maybe
to
about
this.
an hour, and then I just punched out because
Oh
I
my
was
god.
just dead.
When you, Drew, and Ken are talking about, or it doesn't have to be you in there, but that's just a bonus. Ken and Drew specifically are talking about Cronin. To me, that is, I mean, I'm coming in my pants just speaking about it right now. I mean, that is
Of course you
really entertaining, very entertaining. I know everyone can talk about news and stuff and everything. I get it. That's great. But like when it really comes down to it, what I personally love, like that really just gets my marbles going. You know what I'm saying? That just gets me a flowing.
will. Come on, give us a break. You lost your marbles long ago.
Well, no, I'm talking about my sexual marbles, day, bros. You know what I'm saying?
Ah, okay.
Well, that mojo gets flowing. I'm like, yeah, I want more of this, like the Tiger King shit. It's
Yeah,
like,
you do crave the drama a little too much.
and look, Drew, what are you talking about? You do 50,000 drama shows every day. What are you saying?
No, first of all,
I
don't
know.
exaggerate that badly. And second, I didn't ask for it.
No, I know, my bad, but I'm serious. Drew really is a great addition with Ken.
That's what I was saying earlier. I guess you weren't even fucking. You just saw I was online. You're like, I'm gonna call in. I was like, I like how Drew brings a different dichotomy to the whole thing, a different dynamic. How he doesn't bring this. He brings a different energy level, a different attitude than me, than Nikki, than Ken. So it actually provides a very varied view of
Well, like,
opinions.
it's still Drew, right? Drill crew, people will say, but it's gonna take some to get used to because it's like CM Punk coming to AEW. But I'm not saying it's gonna get old or nothing like that. I'm just saying the shock factor of literally like something. I mean, it's not a flip flop, and if anyone says that,
Why
it's
would
not
it be a
that way.
flip flop though?
Drew did what every other co-host. You have to do that in the situations with Joe, bro, because Joe is just. It's not difficult to work with him. It's just unable to work with him.
Well, you're
It's
probably
sickening.
just glad that you finally got to hear Drew's side of the story because he's sort of kept quiet about that stuff publicly for quite some time, and Joe kept having to poke the fish, as it were.
Well, Drew and
Shout
me
out
and
to
Drew
Connor
try
in
to
chat.
get some. Me and Drew work together to get some funds going this morning for Mr. Firebird, as well
I
as
saw
last
a little
night
bit
you
of
and
your
Ken and
stream.
stuff.
Yeah, I saw a little bit. Brandon Harmon apparently donated as well. Very cool stuff.
Yeah, hustled up
Like
some
you
money.
said
Even
that you and your
OR threw in
dad
a little bit.
listened to the
Yeah,
stream as well. So I heard a little bit, but I didn't hear the entirety of it. So I'll have to. And
so like me
Jay
and
Diz is
Drew were
right.
cool.
There's a lot. This past obviously the past 4 days, I guess 3-4 days have contained a lot of streams with a lot of heavy information. So it's going to take time to catch up. Now you have nothing to say?
Listen, I am. There's some things going on behind the scenes. Nothing to alarm me, but I'm trying to get something together. Because I did talk to Bullseye today earlier. Did you hear Tony on my program for a couple minutes there?
I did, and I didn't like it, and he was very snarky as always, and Nikki, was very correct in his stance on his appearance there. But
Well, nonetheless,
shout out to Van Edwards in the chat. No need to apologize. Should be your internet company apologizing to your emperor. But, we'll deal with them in due time. Continue.
So me and Bullsy, explained everything, came up front to him. But at the end of the day, bro, like there's certain times in this community, very rarely this happens, but there are certain people in that chat when that was thrown out there for him to be honorable for.
Shout out to Extreme Shaft.
There are some good people in the chat kind of approving that. Not approving it, but, thinking it was appropriate. So there's equal guilt here, I think. And he's not going to be on again. We're not going to have fun. And I'm not going to be calling in his shit, nothing like that. It's just certain times you have to get certain people on the call, right? Rather than back, because a lot of the times back and forth bullshit, it's fun, the drama, whatever, but the back and forth doesn't really end anything or whatever. So I feel like maybe Tony will lay off Ken, shitting on him a little bit now more. And,
I don't think so.
Not so much.
Now that the Frog's working with him.
Well, that's him. That's, as far as I'm concerned, all eyes are on the Frog. Tony did a good gesture last night, and I feel like
I will recognize that he did donate.
That's all I'm saying.
To Ken.
Joe Cronin has no heart. Tony has a heart. I feel like at the end of the day, I mean, regardless, and no one's ever going to forget about it. I'm not going to sure as hell forget about him.
It's got a little
bringing on certain,
I guess, but.
Well, Joe has, like, on this situation with the Firebird shit, Joe completely has.
It's like that. Well, it was beyond your time, but back in my days, Sonny, we had a show called Care Bears, and there was a character, their enemy, called Cold Heart. So, that's what I'd say. And there was another one called No Heart, so I wouldn't call him No Heart. I'd say he's Cold Heart. Remember, like, I gotta give credit where credit's due. The guy did have that fundraiser for the guy in Texas who his whole house was flooded. His dog, I think, drowned in that fucking thing.
Nah, that was Ken. That was Ken.
Joe did
that.
No, Joe did that.
Nah, from Peter Popoff, bro. Peter Popoff, that was Ken. And Joe, like, shit all over him for it.
No, Joe did that. I was part of that, dude. I was there. Maybe it was a different person, but there was somebody, there was this guy who, we saw the photos and shit, and I remember this was on the show. Maybe, no, but that's why I was saying the other day that Ken is there. What? Can you hear me?
Are you drunk right now?
No, but can you hear me?
Yes. You're completely lost your mind. I'm telling, like, you... That was on Ken's show, bro. I promise you. I remember. Please believe me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I remember being part of that.
What are you saying? But I'm saying it had... Okay, we're going to have to go back. This is going to bug me. But regardless...
If somebody could at least correct it. Maybe it's I'm just getting old and fucking, I'm tired from yesterday, so...
Yes. Because I believe, really, I swear it was on Ken's stream, and probably you and Joe were on there, but it was on Ken's program. It was because I think the guy was more close with Ken than Joe type thing, even though Joe and Ken were together at the time, I believe. But at the time.
All right, fine.
Joe
I'm going to have to see the evidence of that.
No,
yes. Stop. Don't argue with me on my fucking show.
And we'll
have to see the evidence of that. Regardless, who was it in the chat? Extreme Chef says, I think maybe he might have some points here. At least he might be partially right, or maybe he's fully right. But, when you see information like this, it kind of makes you wonder. But he says Tony was using this for his own gain. Maybe. I don't know. He does seem to be the type. Well, I mean, look what happened with Cronin, where he paid, the $25 and then under the table and all that. But, he's also gone through hard times as well. So it's possible that maybe it
Like
was genuine. Maybe it was,
a gain for right? A gain for what though? Like him being cool back with everyone again, perhaps?
well, to show charity, to make you look uh,
Well,
giftful, I guess, giving.
well, it ain't like he donated like $1 million. He gave a good
I don't
portion,
know. It's
and I
just
don't
a
know what he
point I
said in the
wanted to mention
donation.
because it was something that
Right.
was said in the chat.
Well, I mean, I always try, and I know Ken does too. I do to an extent. I'm learning to do it more, but Ken does try to look for the good in people. Most he can, I feel like, right? We can agree to that.
Say that again.
Ken finds the good in people. He can always find something good in someone.
Well, yeah,
To say
exactly.
something nice about.
It's in his
So,
nature to do so.
so in a way, maybe what's his name in the
Oh my
chat's right,
God, man.
but everyone's eyes are on everyone in this community. So if anyone slips up, if anyone fucks up, it gets called out immediately. So I mean, that's just up to whatever all the big dogs, all the people upstairs. Uh,
Can you
think.
increase it to 1.5 times speed, maybe? What, are you getting distracted
Uh,
watching
yeah,
something?
yeah, Dave Rose, are you gonna be watching that? No, you're gonna be watching NXT tonight. War games,
NXT is on Sunday?
war games. They're saying tonight.
Well, first of all, that title belongs to WCW. And no, I don't watch any WWE product. I was actually getting to it that I watched a little bit yesterday of the NWA Hard Times 2, and I was liking it. Um, I think the only reason why it wasn't as full, I don't know if you, I sent you the link. I don't know if you watched any of it, but I think that a
They're
big
trying
reason
to get.
wasn't full is that, they have the capacity limits wherever the fuck it was that they did it. But it would have been nice to see a more full place because you see that with fucking AEW. AEW's pay-per-views are fucking
Right.
jam-packed.
Yeah,
Um,
but they're not in the real NBA arenas. They're not in NBA arenas. They're like when they came to Houston, they came to like the University of Houston college basketball arena, which is super small. It's not like a huge fucking college type thing. You know what I'm saying? It's a smaller, way smaller arena. So like they be going to the smaller arenas. Like you look it up. Tickets are a little bit cheaper. I looked at WrestleMania tickets, and
was it in Texas this year?
oh yeah, they're gonna be in Texas. There's a 2 night package. You can go for 2 nights, but the issue is, man, it's a fucking madhouse. It's a madhouse. Leaving there, getting to there, parking's $100. It's at the Cowboys Stadium. Cowboys,
That's
buddy.
fucking terrible. No, fuck that.
And it really is. It's a pain in the ass, and it's just best watching it at home.
Exactly. I mean, I love the fact that you can watch a pay-per-view or any sporting event at home. You can be in your boxers if all you want. Have fucking just copious amounts of food, which are not like you're not paying $15 for a goddamn fucking beer that's in a Dixie cup. You 15 bucks will get, well, in Canada it'll get you a fucking 12. Well, no, it'll get you a 6. Okay, that's how much we suck. But yeah, at least you can stay home, drink to your heart's content, yell, fucking, because you try to pull that shit at the shows nowadays, and you're thrown the fuck out. Back, in the '90s or the early 2000s, that actually was encouraged. So, I'm very
Well,
happy
the
to
issue
sit back and
is,
watch it in the comfort of my own home. Not be, some of these venues are outside. It's fucking freezing and shit. Like, yeah,
oh yeah,
I love the CFL. I love Canadian football. I love the Grey Cup, which is what's the equivalent for America?
Super
The Super
Bowl,
Bowl. Thank you.
motherfucker.
Yes,
The fuck?
it just goes to show how much of a patriot I am. But
No, but you,
some of those are played outside during the winter, dude. And as I've been to games, in the fall and early summer and stuff. The temperature was great, but I'm not going to be sitting in the fucking stands in Edmonton, fucking bundled up like I'm going to cross, the Arctic.
Well, hold on a minute.
To
Hold on a
fucking
minute.
watch a game.
For WrestleMania, they're never going to have it in an outdoor cold place. Number one, because most places now have the retractable roofs. Yeah, most of it. Look where it's been.
Maybe
Texas,
Grandpa
Florida,
Dave is
California.
starting to lose his mind because for some reason, no, man, no,
There's
this
never
is
been
impossible.
a cold WrestleMania.
I know
dude.
there's
Come
been
on.
WrestleManias outside, dude.
Yes, but not cold.
Well, of course
buildings
not,
have
dude.
The Superdome, the Silver Dome. It's all been dome stadiums. God, you're just losing at everything.
No. So you're trying to gaslight me, is what you're trying to do.
No,
obviously they were outside. That's what I was saying. But they're not gonna.
Yes,
okay, if they're gonna do WrestleMania, remember WrestleMania in Toronto, Ultimate Warrior won over Hogan. It was in the dome.
Was it indoors?
Because you're not exactly. But there's been other WrestleManias that have been outside. That's all I'm saying.
You're making it. You said, or you're making it sound like that. You're saying that there was WrestleManias outside in cold weather.
No. Well, then you misheard it because I'm not saying that.
You're red herring this.
You jumped. Hold on. You jumped from one thing to another.
The red herring.
I was talking about the fact that despite the fact that I love the CFL and I love our version of the Super Bowl. Well, actually, no. You're just, it's not even our version. It's our own thing. Okay, it's the Grey Cup. It's a dignified thing. And as much as I love watching that final game, I'm not going to be outside in negative 20 Celsius weather during a blizzard to watch this shit. I don't even know what that is in fucking, what's it called? In Fahrenheit. Or freedom units, as I like to say. Nothing else? Nothing else? Hello?
Uh-oh.
Hello?
Uh-oh.
What?
You hear that?
Tornado?
Oh, fuck. Yeah. Oh. Listen, the point is you were wrong about two things today against me. I win twice. You were wrong about... No, I'm just kidding. We just got confused. No, but at the end of the day, WrestleMania, if you haven't gone... I've been once. It's just... It is a pain in the ass. And the ring is super, super small. It really is small. It looks very small. Because anything floor... If you're on the floor seating for WrestleMania, those are like the worst seats. Because you're going to be... Unless you pay thousands of dollars to be right up there by the ring, it's going to be horrible. Everyone's going to be standing up. And it's just a sea of people. It's just not a good view. So I would do like first or second level, third level, the sides and stuff. But even those it's just super pricey. It really is overpriced. But they do have, it's a little bit better value if you do the 2-night combo package deal.
It probably would be. Yeah, I mean, you're going to drop a little more money, but it just probably seems like a better deal all around. You get a lot more of all the different events and shit. Like, I'll give you this, like, about WWE, is that they've made WrestleMania weekend actually something that if you can afford it and you can get to it, it should be enjoyable, regardless of how shitty the product is. Because you still have all these other events. You get to meet people, talk to them, fucking autographs, merch, and all that sort of shit. So, there are some sort of attractiveness to these things. Okay. Well, while you're distracted, I will say one thing.
No, I'm not trying to talk over you.
Okay. Well, I'm done speaking. Please proceed.
God.
I don't think you're just in here.
Will there be NHF tonight, you think, or tomorrow?
I believe it's going to be tomorrow night. I checked in with Nicky, and he was telling me that he believes it's going to be tomorrow. So.
And
that's fine.
I mean, you saw the obvious that happened all last night. I woke up to everything, and I do want to watch the rest of that here soon with you going on there. But as for the Melo situation, I mean, there could be a lot of things we all need to work on, maybe. But for Mello, if we're talking about him, I would say the immediate interruption after Ken trying to do his voice, etc. If he stops that, then oh my God, it would be so much. It doesn't ruin the show, but it just like I'm like, God damn it, why'd he do that? Like it's just
It
unnecessary,
to me it just gets too much. That's all. I mean, like if he would just reel it in, just like with Bullfrog. If Bullfrog would just reel it in, he
Well, no, it's
becomes
way different than.
no. But the whole point is that if you don't have to always be over the top and stuff.
Right,
Remember
right.
when Joe would ask Bullfrog to freak out on his show, and just so he would put on some entertainment and stuff, and it even that was over the top. So he didn't really need to do that.
Right. And as far as I'm concerned, I think we're going to be live later tonight, late night
With what?
during the football. Bullsy and others.
Because
Perhaps.
Drew's on tonight with Derailed. Starts, I believe, at 9 p.m. Eastern.
Oh yeah, I'll be waiting for that.
Not sure what he's got planned to talk about. But I always send him a few noteworthy news stories, which I used to do with Joe. When I used to work
The
with
Night
Joe.
Stalker.
What's that?
I hope he gets into the Night Stalker murders. Cindo Ramirez.
I'm not sure if he's still doing true crime, but maybe. But
Missing
yeah, I
persons.
remember, with Joe, he had this other stuff like Shame on News, and there's a few other
Yeah, it was
shows
horrible.
where he tried to like do news stories and stuff, apart from Final Frontier News. And I most often than not he wouldn't review them. He wouldn't talk about them and such, despite the fact that I was constantly looking out for him to try to, just keep an eye out for his stuff and make his life easier by sending him in these news stories.
Well, the issue
There's
is
Derailed in the chat. Shout out to Drew.
the issue is that I personally and everyone in this community, if they have any sense or brain, I mean, I really don't take Joe seriously anymore about anything. So, like, if he does a news thing, like, I really think he's full of shit about everything he talks about, honestly. So, I mean, that's how I look at him now, bro. Like, what he did last night, what we found out last night
What did he do last
is,
night, though? Was there a show last night?
I'm saying the thing with Firebird
Oh, you mean what was
response.
revealed last night? Because that happened
Yeah.
on Friday night.
Nah, Saturday night, Sunday today.
Okay, but I was aware of this
This is three times day.
Just as Drew explained
Yes.
yesterday when I called in the show, which apparently you still haven't listened to fully, is that I knew about this, Ken knew about this, and Drew knew about this on Friday when it happened.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And we sat on it, we stewed on it, and it was decided that Saturday would be the day that would be discussed. And it was probably even Sunday morning to be technical. But
Well, like, I would give y'all some advice. Like, I mean, the sitting on it for the day, that's good. But if y'all ever have any, like, think of any regrets about doing shit, don't. Just do it. Just do it. Maybe sit on it for a day, yes, but just look how this ended up. The guy was richly blessed, Mr. Firebird. And if no one would have brought it up or nothing, he would still be in that car right now, in the snow. You know what I'm saying? So it's like situations, yes, think it through, think it out, of course, but don't be too long. Put it out there. You know what I'm saying? Because this really helped that guy. You know what I'm saying?
no, absolutely it did.
Plus around Christmas time, bro. Like that's
Yeah.
just the extra kicker. Like if this could have happened any time around besides Christmas, obviously we would have had the same reaction. But the Christmas part and Joe still not just being a dick and blocking him, like that just makes it way worse too. Just morally, I feel like as well. If you celebrate Christmas, of course, so like a regular American person, you know what I'm saying? But it's what we do. We help our brothers out in this community. You're part of the second family because this is our second family day. This community, the people we interact with, truly is. truly is. Look what happened when you needed your tires for your truck. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
It's
was going to talk about
community.
that as well. Is that the outpouring of support that was shown yesterday was amazing. Um, it was yeah, definitely overwhelming, and yeah, it was really cool to see all these people come together to, at the sort of last moment, and especially now during Christmas time, where for many, money's tight. It's just one of those really difficult times because either you're having some fun times, or you're having some bad times, and it reminds people of you know bad times as well as good times. So it's a challenge, and yeah, just being homeless in Michigan during the winter is just, to me, it's unbelievable. It's just terrible. But I heard the update on your channel where Ken said this was going to help the guy get gas into his vehicle, get to a place to get a job, to be able to sleep in a hotel and stuff. And that's awesome because this would definitely, um, you know, be useful for that. And I really hope it turns out well for him. Like, I really hope this, is the start of something good. And yeah, I really hope he
Life
gets his job.
changing. Life changing.
No, and even, I heard Ken talk about that, that, Mello was getting way over the top again.
Really?
And I said, come on, just chill out. And yeah, that's when I was on there. And then they're like, but Dave, you can't argue that it's not life changing. I said, absolutely, I agree it's life changing. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying that Mello's going a little bit. I actually said he's sounding like an infomercial because it was just way too overdone. Like, I also personally, if that was happening to me, I wouldn't really want people to make such, well, I can't say make a big deal about it, but it's embarrassing enough that you're in that position that just to ask for help shows a lot of strength.
Yeah, but when you
Actually, he didn't
receive
even
that
ask for
help,
help.
then
He didn't even ask for help. But to even admit it, sort of thing, and to share that with other people is a lot. And I just feel that Mello was just putting too much of a show on.
really.
That's my belief. I just think he goes over the top when it comes to this expressive nature. I don't believe that anyone is that expressive unless they've suffered some sort of mental injuries. And I don't believe that with him.
You don't think he has autism?
No, I don't. I think he's a lot smarter than he lets on. And you can hear that
It's
too when
85, bro.
he's not going over the top. You can actually hear that where when he holds a normal discussion, he provides sometimes some interesting insight. But
Well,
but like you said, every time you know, Ken says something, he'll say it right after in the same way. Remember when I exposed him, like, wow, oh, like, and
yeah, it was
he wasn't even
inappropriate.
watching the fucking fight, man. Like,
Well, the biggest issue is, what do the people want? Should Ken throw out there a mellow yellow band for a month?
no, not at all.
Should
And I even
Ken,
told him that. He even asked me, he's like, what should I do? I'm like, keep doing what you're fucking doing. Like, I'm just letting you know what I think. I mean, and I always explain this to him and everyone else. It's like, no one's holding a gun to my head to watch. If the show's getting too much for me, then I'll just stop watching. And that's the great thing about recorded shows is that
yeah,
all I
but
got to
bro,
do is
like,
go back and, watch it again. And, oh, Mello's on. Fast forward, fast forward. Oh, now he's not talking. Now I'll listen. It's
no, but
simple
you
as
got to
that.
think of it. You got to think of like the big Insomniac shows and all that as like a movie. When you go see a movie, you don't get up. I mean, people
Sorry, well,
rarely
then
get
I'll
up and
miss those
leave.
parts. It's like me every fucking Friday when I don't get to watch Rampage, and I miss a lot of the fucking AEW storyline. Simple as that. You know what? I can deal with just watching Dynamite on Wednesdays. Yeah, I can maybe watch it
You
later.
can't
Maybe on
deal.
Saturday I can watch Rampage.
You can't deal with a little bit of mellow yellow sprinkled in there once a week.
I
Once a
can,
week.
but are you not listening? I'm telling you, yes, I can deal with that stuff. But it depends on how overboard he goes. If it's too overboard, it's like, I'm out. And that's it. Simple as that. I don't have to. I'm not in the chat like Jacob RP, like, this community's dead. This sucks. I don't like to be here. It's like, well, then why are you here? It's like
Was he
no
back
one's
in the chat
forcing me to
saying that
watch
last
Ken
night?
on Saturday night. There's so much so much else I could be doing, but I choose to spend it there. And if I don't like what I watch, then I leave.
Jacob RP has fallen to scunty levels by being a troll in the chat, or trolling in the chat rather.
I don't
I
think
just
he's
don't
gotten
like
to
that.
those levels, but yeah, I know that he's trolling the chat, and I know
Or
that he's
crying in the
trying
chat,
to,
you know, just being.
sound big and all that, and it's quite sad. I mean, we made the point of this on Fridays that we were there basically, discussing all these um, fun topics and so forth, and he had to fucking add his 2 cents there in the community, well, in the chat, talking about his disagreements, and it's just like Ken said
His
it.
disabilities. Well,
Ken
listen,
said it. Just
there's
fucking. You don't have to watch. Go ahead. Go ahead.
uh,
Are you watching something right now?
remember what? No, I'm trying. You keep interrupting me, so I keep
You're
forgetting.
distracted. You're
So
distracted by something. What is it?
talking to people behind the scenes.
Okay, so
Listen,
you are
please.
distracted. Please continue. It's not that you want to overtalk me.
85%, the 85% meme and all that, that has grown. This is the 95 percentile community. There are many people, and I'm not making this a joke, but there's many people with disabilities, far more than I ever thought there were. And we interact with these people. That's why with this whole bullfrog thing, I can get really mad and blah, 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 but I'm not. Like, he's going to do what he wants, and he's going to swim with the sharks. I mean, when you go on Tony's show, you're literally on shows with doxers and shit when he brings them on and all that, and all from the chat and everything. And if that's what he wants, then that's what he wants. So I'm just saying, like, I look at little things differently now. But Dave Rose, I know you're smarter. You're the smartest in the community. That's for real. But, and you have, I'm not telling you to listen. I'm just saying, listen, people, like you have said a couple things recently. You said something about Ken the other day about him being more something, and it kind of made you a little bit more. I forget the word, but there could be different ways you handle situations, but you handle them differently and appropriately. But I don't know, maybe that ballpark situation, you should have gone ahead and handled that. Just not even cared what anyone else said about it. I'm to look at it now, but regrets, regurgitations, it's fine. Keep moving on as a community. At the end of the day, no one's hurt. We all, and look, we proved to Cronin. We proved a lot of people today, a lot of shit, bro. If you really sit down and look and think, what do you think Joe Cronin's thinking right now? He's really thinking that he is a piece of shit for real, because he is. I don't care. I don't want to hear about the family, about him being a father. That's fine. It's great. That was his choice and his decision. Other than that, he was a shit human being, in my opinion. He really is, bro. No virtue signaling over here. None of that. We do what's right when real life shit happens. I mean, even the Prince situation, we all came together and made it clear and set it in stone. You know what I'm saying? So we need to realize, yeah, the back and forth drama, it's fun, whatever, but like when we have to get real as real humans and look past some shit, we will do that. So I'm not calling anything a work, like the fights and drama, like it's not a work, but like we still know when to calm shit down and be like, all right, you know what I'm saying? And that's why this is our second family. We are family, ladies and gentlemen, for life. If we stay in this community, we're friends, we're family for life. And no one can argue that. And Joe doesn't have that, bro. Joe may have his little bullshit Discord video game fucking fans or whatever, but over here, this is some real New York, Texas, Canada, Florida, fucking family. You know what I'm saying? It really is. A lot of people put up aside their pride when it's needed, and they do every time in this community in certain moments. Joe never puts aside his pride ever, never. It's all about him. It's got to be all about Joe, and no one can argue that. Dave, are you still there? I have to go
I'm listening.
take a huge shit,
All right, go. It's fine.
and I want to listen to the rest of the.
All right, there goes YR. Still on 1 time speed. Fucking terrible. And Skype is fucking around with me. So let me quit Skype here. And restart it. And that should work. So Skype lines are open. Let me catch up with the chat because I was letting YR drone on. 21 Jump Street with Dave and YR. No thanks. Sam Khan says Dave and YR would make a great cop buddy movie. No, it's just I would be the one yelling all the time at him. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Let's see what else. Leaping Lizard says train your mellow. Drew said, yeah, he never asked or expected a dime for this. He just wanted to make sure everyone knew what Joe did to him. Yeah, so obviously he did not. I was going to say a few things, but YR droning on and on was just fucking... It was breaking my brain. I wanted to talk about the meat tag thing. So before YR called in, I was just talking about how it was in the original list of ideas for Ken, which was... I labeled it, or I called it, it's just the working title, Talking Heads. And basically the whole concept was we would take photos of people, cut out the mouth to make it transparent, and, put up that image while having the web camera show us behind it. So just like Ken has done, but we haven't done it to the level that I was hoping for and proposed. You would basically try to talk, you would talk and the camera would pick up your mouth, but the image would be overlain, so it looked like that character was talking. So, I was talking to Ken about, say Macho Man and Hulk Hogan talking together, or... the combinations were several. And one of the ideas also was just to have a conversation with Tommy's meat tag. So, yeah, again, put little eyes on the meat tag, cut out a space for the mouth, and, have Ken basically provide the voice and the mouth for the meat tag. And, hope to see that soon, actually. That would be fucking great. Based Alcatraz says, I'm drunk right now. I drank like 3 screwdrivers. Have a good night. Sounds like you're having a great night, and screwdrivers are quite tasty, actually. Haven't had one in ages, though. Probably more than 20 years, I'd say. My rough and tough drinking days were, from my teens till my early to mid-20s, basically. I calmed down after that, Started early, ended early, basically. Leaping Lizard with another great point that Conan and Brian used to do that all the time. Yes. It is a skit that has been used multiple times, and it's fucking hilarious. So I would love to... And that's another thing that I've said, is that Ken is one of the better people that do impressions in this community. And it's a varied array. Now... He thinks he does Macho Man better than me, but no, I'm sorry, you don't, Ken. My Macho Man is
At the top, yeah, because the cream always rises to the top, Ken. You gotta remember that, yeah. You gotta tell Miss Shannon there that, yeah, she gotta watch out too. Oh, yeah, dig it.
But yeah, he does a plethora of great voices. So does Costanza. Costanza does some really good impressions of people in the community. Um, so I was hoping to see that guy eventually call in, but I don't know what's taking so long. But yeah, get him to do some impressions, maybe some Talking Heads skits, but that'd be fucking hilarious. Bam says, "What Conan did, it no Joe started everything." Yes, we know that. Joe, you know, on the first day, Joe said, "Let there be light," and there was. And then he said, "Let there be drama," and there was. And he created everything. We all know this. After all, he calls himself the drama god, which I find comical because he doesn't compare to your first drama emperor, does he? No, not at all. Do your Jimmy Cagney impression, Dave. I don't remember. Let's see here. So yeah, we talked about the meat tag. Talking about yesterday with the show. Yeah, very impressive. And yeah, it was just a really good show. There was again, the show wasn't even focused on Firebird. It was great that by the end of it there was a lot of attention to it and a lot of people were giving. He was right there in the chat. He was very grateful. He was shouting out all the people that were donating to him. But the show itself wasn't drama based. It wasn't focused on negativity or even attacking Joe. It was basically, let's just have a fun time up here on Insomniac. And yeah, a lot of topics were discussed. And yeah, Mello was sufficiently behaved that I made it through the majority of the show, with him on there. And the only reason why at the end, I tapped out because I was just dead. I was just about to collapse. But yeah, it was enjoyable just to listen to the different topics discussed. I think we had Blown In again talking shit. He's so forgettable that it's just like, come on. I prioritize myself with important matters, and sometimes I even forget people's names, like troll names and stuff. Sometimes I'm struggling for Simo's name because he's so fucking irrelevant. Regardless. Let's go through a few of the messages in the chat. Jay Diz says, "I'm good, everyone. My faith is strong, and my family member is in a better place. Appreciate y'all and the well wishes." Yes, my wishes are with you as well. And you're not going to get no no mellow over the top stuff. This, kind of gets to me too, sort of thing. Like I don't like putting on a fake smile or like telling everyone it's going to be okay and stuff because I don't know that. But I try to be positive. I try, and it's tough. It's tough to deal with this sort of shit. So I just kind of feel sometimes like, what does this person care about my fucking well wishes and such? It's not changing what happened. And, I don't know. It's not that I don't mean it. It's just that you think to yourself, like, this person's going through enough rough times. Like, this is just a reminder of this sort of thing. So, do I want to be the cause of further frustration or depression, on something that I have no control over? Sort of a reminder. Maybe I'm just weird. Connor Tostovan wants me to touch on the Ghislaine. I always say Ghislaine. Actually, no, that is her name. I used to say Ghislaine, which is what I heard, but that's apparently incorrect. Although she loves the jizz, it's not the way you pronounce it. It's Ghislaine. Stupid fucking name, by the way. Ghislaine Maxwell trial going on currently. Drew will be talking about this tonight. I don't know if you want to wait for him to talk about it. He's got quite a lot of stuff that he's been looking into, and he's got a plethora of co-hosts that will discuss it. Not too sure how. Well, actually, J-Man's fairly informed on that stuff, and Frank fairly as well. Doesn't think it's as nefarious as I know it is, but he's still fairly aware of that stuff. So yeah, I mean, tonight it's probably going to be a great show. I mean, discussing, these are the topics that I like to discuss. Now, okay, let me give you a little rundown. We've had a lot of people, CEOs of very, very large companies stepping down. This is not coincidental, especially now with the Maxwell trial starting to heat up. We've got Maxwell basically painted by the court. Can't remember what the fuck they're called. The court illustrator, I guess, because apparently they're not. I don't understand how they're not allowing fucking this to be viewed live. Well, I do know why, because the politicians don't want to be fucking named on fucking live air. Nor are they allowing the media in there. But they've got the illustrator there painting what she looks like. And the other day it was captured that she was actually trying to paint the court illustrator. She was like looking at him intensely and, painting him and so forth. And it's obviously it's an attempt at a tactic of intimidation. God damn it, I can't even fucking talk today. I'm just using too many big words. That's what the haters will say. Drew says the S is silent on... No, but it's not Ghislaine. I don't think it's Ghislaine. I'm going to have to look into this. But he says the S is silent from what he's hearing. Either way, it's just a stupid name. And she's a very vile, evil individual. There's so much that people don't know about. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go into it right now. She actually had 3 different passports. She was under the support of the UN, was going to found a new country called Terramar. And they weren't going to be liable for any sort of law, whether it be maritime or admiralty law. But, for example, if you ever go into a court and you see there's gold frill on the outside of a country's flag, that means that it's not actually the country's rules. It's admiralty law or sea law. It's the law that's applied at sea. And it's quite different from common law, tort law, which is the law of the land, and, based on the Magna Carta and based on law. Basically, maritime law or admiralty law, you can almost do whatever the fuck you want, which is terrible. And that's how you identify what jurisdiction you're under. And this was going to be even independent from that, and even international law. And they were going to set up sort of places, islands really, where they would have working fleets of submarines. And then when you start to dig deeper, you realize that the submarines that were that were going to be used for trafficking humans. In fact, I believe Biden has an island near St. James Island. There's 2 of them. Small St. James Island. That's Jeffrey Epstein. That's the lead island. So Biden. There's many rich people around that have islands around there, but I believe it's Biden that has has an island there that has a somewhat recently created submarine base, and as does Epstein Island, Little St. James. That's what it's called, Little St. James. And it falls in line with this whole Terramar idea, the idea to create a new nation with its own laws, its own passports, and fully supported by the UN. But when you really dig deep, it's actually for human trafficking. And a lot of information is coming out, but this is absolutely just unacceptable that the judge, who's already compromised, the judge is terribly compromised, to disallow the media or spectators in the court. And yeah, just a reminder, Skype lines still remain open. Let's see here. I'm going to go back to the chat. Sam Khan's interested in Prince Andrew's involvement, as are many, because he's been trying to skip out from responsibility. So I can't remember what it was. I think a few months ago is that he left the country. He was obviously the FBI is investigating him, as the Department of Justice is as well, and they wanted him to answer questions and stuff, and he just took off. So it's clear that he's involved in a lot of things, and he's been obviously recorded going to Epstein Island. Now, Ken said this the other day on, I think it was a Converted. So I wasn't on the show, and I wasn't strong-arming my way on there. But he had said that there's, like, because of the testimony of the pilot, that Trump had gone to the island, to the Epstein Island, and that's not the case. He's been recorded flying on what they called the Lolita Express, which is Epstein's 707 jet. And that was basically from Florida to New Jersey. But he never actually went to the island. But you have all these other celebrities, some of them who have actually been charged already and are defendants in human trafficking cases, like Jay-Z, like R. Kelly. Who else was there? I'm trying to think of there was some other rapper names. I don't know the raps. There's some other big names, though. Names that I've seen, know that are big, but, obviously, how the fuck am I going to remember? So, Ghislaine, according to Extreme Shaft, Ghislaine grew up and went to school with the Prince. Interesting. Oh, she apparently is good friends with Steve Jobs' widow. There was a photo that came out the other day, and both of them are in bikinis, sitting in chairs, and I think this was on the island. And yeah, apparently there's been some involvement there. I mean, we know that Bill Gates has been there, and a huge number of politicians. Bam says Kanye. Quite possibly, I think Kanye was on the list too. I just remember seeing some other names that to me are obscure, but I'd heard them in the past. So Drew, tell us in the chat. You start at 9 p.m. Eastern, I believe, right? On your show. Connor says, the media here in the UK acts like he's been a bit naughty and embarrassed the family. It's sickening. Your media is... The UK media literally is probably the worst media in the world. And you can think, Dave, America's got CNN. America's got ABC. Fox News. Like, how could you say the UK's worse? If you ever bother to read UK newspapers, like The Sun, Daily... what was it? There's so many, and they're so what's the word? What would you consider the tabloids? There we go, tabloids. I was just thinking like National Enquirer. They're totally tabloids. They're the shit that, oh my God, you got to go to some of these websites to read the newspapers, or you could go to a newsstand. They do have newspapers from Britain there, but oh my God, the frivolous shit stories they talk about, and it's all distraction and shit. So they'll talk about one of the Kardashian bitches steps out and wears, a new dress and like people flaunt at it, but and like you'll only find a little small article about the politics, and when when it's featured, it's dismissive. They're not covering, actual real news, and it's just the UK press is fucking horrid. And I remember this in the 80s, even with all the scandals with stupid Prince Charles and Diana and all that shit. Like, they were eating that shit up, and like they created this sort of industry of fucking vapid people that wanted to consume this shitty fucking tabloid news. It's terrible. But America's close behind, at least. Also, Derek Hance said the other day that Russia was mobilizing to invade Ukraine, and I was looking into that, and yeah, it does look like, in fact, they are mobilizing. There's a lot of action there on the Eastern Front, as it were. You have, who was it? I think it was Ukraine that flew aircraft into Belarus's airspace, and Belarus basically said, publicly, the next time this happens, our response is going to be harsh and there's going to be no communication. Because, they're pissed off at how Ukraine is, trying to sort of push their way into doing things in Europe and stuff. That whole thing is a clusterfuck. And there's a good chance that, we're going to see some sort of fighting there. The Ukraine thing is very, very unstable right now, as well as the situations in Belarus, as well as Hungary. You have all these fake migrants, refugees, supposed, going to the border, trying to get into these countries, and they put up fences and razor wire and stuff, and these people are trying to invade in, and they've had to put, Poland has had to send their military to their borders and stuff, just as Belarus and Romania, to prevent these fake refugees from coming in. And then they get sort of maligned in the media, and they're made to sound like they're these evil countries when all they're trying to do is protect their people. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on in Europe right now, which could blow up at any moment, just like with Taiwan. Let's see here. Connor says, today we was told to call illegal immigrants people instead, and that we would stop, and that would stop the immigration problem. Sam says, whenever the media is obsessed with something, I always try and see what we are really being distracted from. Exactly. Derek says, Ukraine is beyond desperate to get into NATO, and Russia isn't having it. Connor says they flew thousands of migrants to the Poland border with nowhere to stay. Yes, it's basically part of what's called the Kalergi Project. And, well, to be blunt, it was a communist Marxist plan to flood Europe with third world, uneducated migrants, economic migrants, that have a disdain and will never integrate with the culture, and that will cause enough destabilization to force a Marxist solution. So basically break the country economically and culturally, so as to lead to a quick conversion to a totalitarian Marxist state. And what do you see? Well, you see that with the EU. The minister for Poland, assigned to the EU, basically came out the other day, said, we will not be blackmailed. We will protect our country. And the EU is one of the biggest dictatorships out there. Also, I'm very disappointed that they took away the thumbs down. I know that they did that for Biden because, they can't have people seeing how many thumbs down they were given, but I would like to see it. I think everyone should be able to see it. Let's see here. Bam says, well, the media doesn't want people to know about the Maxwell trial, that's for sure. Yes, absolutely, because a lot of the media has gone to Epstein's Island. And obviously they don't want to be named because they're privy to a lot of naughty things. And it's so disgusting how you've got all these people that just work together and are willing to protect each other because they're both blackmailed, and they do these vile things. It's just and we know this is true. Like, they try to make people look like conspiracy theorists for discussing something that was well known in in many different levels of society. Look at with Weinstein. Weinstein said that, it was said about Weinstein that everyone knew. Everyone knew and nobody said a goddamn thing. And actresses that had to service him later came out and admonished him. But they got the role, didn't they? They participated willingly. Hollywood is a vile den of vipers. And I believe Mel Gibson actually said that. Mel Gibson actually came straight out and said people in Hollywood drink the blood of babies. And he was, he's ridiculed and sort of blacklisted and so forth. But are things making sense now, people? Let's see what else I was going to discuss here. Also, just a reminder, Skype lines remain open if anyone wants to give their take on anything or perhaps just hang out. Casey is Raw apparently is live right now with one of his video game. I think he's playing Fortnite. I tried to get into Fortnite, just it didn't seem to work for me, but looks fun. I mean, I've seen people play it, and it looks like it's fun. It looks like they're having fun, and you see some comical things that happen. So, but yeah, it's just not my bag, baby. Let's see here. Derek Hand says, that's a fact, Bam. This is literally one of the biggest trials in decades, and the media is barely covering it. That's all you got to know. Absolutely. Connor says, EU is now mandating vaccines in live rounds were used in Netherlands recently during an anti-lockdown vaccine protest. Yes, I believe I talked about the live rounds. And yes, we've started to see that, I believe, in Austria and in Germany. Surprise, surprise! Old times are new times again, aren't they? But mandatory vaccinations. Speaking of mandatory, apparently, and this is illegal, both against the Canadian Constitution, the Charter of Freedom and Rights, and Nuremberg Code, is in New Brunswick, they are now banning people who aren't vaccinated from shopping at a grocery store. So they're preventing people from getting the basics of living because they refuse to be coerced into taking something that is not just experimental, it's known to be fatal. It's known to have major problems. And that's what they're doing here in Canada. And that's, on the East Coast. Now, if that happens where I am, there's going to be problems. There's going to be a lot of people. That is also, New Brunswick, very, very small province. So there aren't too many, as many people there as there are, say, in Ontario. They try that shit in Ontario, there's probably going to be some major, major problems. And it just goes to show that it's an agenda. It's as simple as that. It's not about the fucking virus. It's about control. It always has been. And it's what really aggravates me the most is that people are so stupid. People are so stupid. They don't want to read. They don't want to learn. They don't want to have critical thinking skills. They want that to be, put onto the shoulders of government. Because after all, government always has your best views in mind, don't they? And to see this lack of critical thinking is just unreal. That nobody realizes what's being done. And yet it's so easy to see. So I don't understand how these people could do this other than fear. I mean, but it's ignorance, really. It's just unreal, and it keeps going. I mean, they move on from like, oh, we need 2 weeks to stop the spread to, you need to be triple masked and quadruple jabbed and all this shit. And it was evident from the beginning. And then there's Operation Lockstep or Event 201. All these predictive programming exercises that went through the motions of this exact same thing. But no, that can be ignored. That can be just forgotten about. And yeah, let's look at some other distraction, right? It's so frustrating when I feel it's just so simple, but there's clearly an agenda, and a lot of people in power are in on it. Connor says, one of my best friends for about 15 years doesn't talk to me now because he thinks I'm a conspiracy theorist. That's what the media has done. LOL. Well, I've got a graphic for that. There it is. Okay, I'll show you. This is the Conspiracy Theorist Starter Pack. And yes, the only thing you really need to be a conspiracy theorist is to have a brain. But people like Connor's friend and people I've known can't handle the truth. Well, technically Joe Cronin can't handle the truth. But it is what it is. These people just can't think for themselves. They rely on others to tell them not only what to think, but how to think. Derek says, I know this is tinfoil hat theory, but part of me thinks people were brainwashed subliminally through the media. I can't explain stupidity otherwise. Well, that's called Project Mockingbird, and you're absolutely correct. That was the purpose of Project Mockingbird. And I can't remember his name. Oh, I almost did. Oh, William... You almost got it, Dave. Come on. Is it William Buckley? Okay, former CIA director basically said, he was quoted saying that we'll know that Mockingbird essentially was a success when the American populace believes, all these news stories. So hold on. I'm curious now. CIA former director William. Let's see if I can find it this way. Okay, there we go. William Casey. William Casey. We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false. That's what it was. William Casey, director. This was quoted in 1981, I believe. So, quite telling. Let's go back to the chat here. Connor agrees with Derek in this sense. But yeah, Project Mockingbird, well documented, was made to convince Americans of certain things, and the media was infiltrated. Uh, what's his name? The gay guy with the white hair, Anderson. Something. Fuck, I can't remember his name. He's former CIA. He was recruited into the CIA while in college, and William. No, damn. Why can't I just fucking remember this guy's name? Am I really getting that old? Anderson Cooper, is that it? Yeah, it is Anderson Cooper. I don't know what the fuck I said before. Something Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Yeah, Anderson Cooper just... He's one of many that were recruited into the CIA prior to them even finishing school. And, well, they were groomed. And also, he comes from a very powerful family. The, was it Van Buren? No. My God, am I not on the fucking ball today? Gloria Vanderbilt. I was mentioning another fucking elite family. But yeah, the Vanderbilt family, very, very well-connected, very wealthy. And very questionable things when it comes to them. His brother, Anderson Cooper's brother, died mysteriously when he was just a child. A lot of strange, weird things that goes around that. Leaping Lizard says they've been teaching kids in our schools to think this way for years now. Yeah, it's actually been since basically since the end of World War II. And even in the 50s, when they were much more aware of this, there was a lot of alerts, I guess, and documentation and education given out to people to look out for signs of communist indoctrination in schools. And unfortunately, that's exactly what happened, is that these people started to infiltrate the school systems and such, and they were trained with Marxist beliefs so that they, in turn, taught teachers to have that belief, and that's just how it snowballed to the point where now you have literal fucking commie scum in schools telling you that your kid belongs to the government, not you, that they can provide it's called gene therapy or whatever the fuck with the kids, the transgender kids shit, testosterone, whatever injections into kids without your knowledge as a parent, and that there's nothing you can do about it. Like the gall, like, I'm gonna do this and you can't do anything to stop us. And that's where they're wrong. That's where they're very wrong. Remember, transgenders only make up 0.01% of the American populace. Gays make up about 2% of the populace. Why are these groups so overrepresented in media and activism and influence? Because of the Marxists. This is why it's just so... I mean, you guys heard me back on the Joe Cronin days. It's just so tiring to talk about some of these things where it's like, but hold on a second here. I'm not that different in age between you guys. I mean, Joe's like 6 years younger than me. It's not that different. How can people be so ignorant? And how is it that, I got to explain these sorts of things when, yeah, they did teach them in schools, but also, don't you have any natural curiosity? Wouldn't you want to know about the past and about what happened? I mean, if you're going to virtue signal like you do, Joe, when it comes to like, oh, the humanity, wouldn't you want to know about that event? Let's see here in the chat. Connor says, when you show facts to these people, they shut down conversation. They find a way out of trying to make you look or feel bad. Can't comprehend what someone in a suit on the news would lie to them. Or they can't comprehend why someone in a suit would lie to them. Derek Kant says, they automatically go to name calling instantly. Yeah, absolutely. They can't debate whatsoever. Connor says, the woke generation is coming. That will be something. Stream Chef says, Gloria Vanderbilt is Anderson Cooper's mother. Yes. Leaping Lizard says, it starts in the high schools. Many parents were shocked listening to into the COVID homeschool Skype calls, or whatever program that was. Actually, it starts in elementary school, and we've seen that more and more pushed. Funny story is that, was it, hold on, let me remember. It was my first grade, no, was it third grade teacher who forbade us, I think it was the third grade teacher. It was a long time ago. Forbade us from drawing guns on like anything really, like when we had time to draw. Actually, no, it can't be third grade. Well, either way, it was prior to third grade. Okay, between junior kindergarten and third grade. The teacher forbade us from drawing guns. We couldn't draw guns. We weren't allowed to draw guns, which is fucking insane. So I would draw a holster on their on the waist of whatever cowboy I was drawing, or cop, or whatever, anybody. And it's like, is that a gun? It's like, no, that's a holster. So, because I was defiant to the end, as a kid. I started some problems. But also, I wasn't going to, like, I saw through this shit so easily as a kid, though. And I just, couldn't fucking stand it. So, I knew it couldn't be totally out there, but I could sort of push the limits and stuff and still get away with things and be defiant in their clear attempt to fucking brainwash us. Saw that a lot as well. I guess when I was 8, 9, 10 years old, with the environment and stuff, they were pushing like all this, global warming, oh no, and the glaciers are going to go away, and I just remember seeing a lot of that stuff pushed. Let's see what else here. I was going to say something else. Back to the chat. Oh yeah, so I was talking about, it starts earlier than high schools, but yeah, a lot of parents got a wake up call from all these Zoom calls, because they were witnessing what their teachers were telling their fucking kids. And, these teachers do have contempt for, for their students and for the parents of the students. They think that this is their own little psychological experiment, and they can brainwash people and, get them to do whatever they want. And it's absolutely disgusting. Now, I love to learn. I love knowledge. But for example, I wasn't big into math until I was about 17. It was always a chore and a bother for me. But then when I finally realized, how easy it is, how it works, because I had to train myself basically, then I realized, yeah, this isn't bad at all. Like I now understand so much more, and I can learn more. And I realized I wasn't the problem after all. I wasn't stupid. And I, was trying to learn. But what was the problem? What many refuse to, admit to this day. Teachers. And I noticed this, and it progressed as I, grew older. But I started to realize more and more that the teachers were there just for their fucking pensions and paychecks. That's it. They didn't give a flying fuck about the students. They just wanted to pass them. When there was somebody that shouldn't be even going to the next grade, they would just let them go. They'd allow, all sorts of disruptions. People who should not have even been in schools because of their emotional problems to be there. And yeah, just never really interested in making somebody who can think just what to think. And yeah, I realized that it was a racket. Um, and really, yeah, school is sort of like a conformity factory. So that I personally can learn on my own. I can teach myself, I can study, and I can understand. Um, so I pick up things fairly quickly, but that also tells me, well, these teachers aren't shit then. They can't teach me this and I can pick it up in 5 minutes. This is clearly telling me that these people don't care. And it's clearly true. It's clearly fucking true that this is the state of education today. The teachers are indoctrinated and want to create, an army of SJWs. And it's so much worse in university where they basically brainwash, innocent girls through their stupid feminist programs to like shave their heads and, hate the patriarchy and hate their fathers and all this shit. And it's obviously on purpose. This is by design. We got Connor in the chat says, I had an awful maths teacher at school. My English teacher and science teacher in my last 2 years were amazing. I will remember them for a long time. But the rest of the teachers at my school were robots. Yep, absolutely. And there's so much hypocrisy in schools as well with the teachers, the way that they can get away with things, how they don't need to do a job basically where they're accountable, and yeah, they fill people's heads with lies and their personal bias rather than actually just teaching. So, yeah, a reminder, Skype lines remain open. This was going to be a Hangout and call-in. So, perhaps somebody would like to call in and give me a moment to rest my tongue, as it were. Connor says, 100% to Derek, conspiracy theorist, anti-vaxxer, tinfoil hat, all that does to me now is confirm that they know nothing and are scared of reality. Yep, what we've seen a lot from this pandemic was that people were coerced with fear. And people that you thought might be intelligent were quite susceptible to this sort of propaganda. And they didn't think for themselves, and they believe all these numbers and lies and such, and don't have any concept of the context of the entire thing. I hope something changes. I mean, well, December 27th, there's an asteroid coming close to the Earth. Maybe it will hit us and, I don't know, cause something. There's also the, nobody's talking about this in the North American news too much, but the volcanoes are still going off in La Palma there in the Canary Islands. And that could still cause a tidal wave, a tsunami, to be quite honest, that would hit the East Coast, possibly go as much as 100 miles inland, and yeah, it'd be absolutely devastating. Latino Heat in the chat. Oh God, fucking, we got Blonin in the chat. I would call in, but you wouldn't answer. That is true, because you're an idiot, and I don't know if you've even released your. You said you were going to release a track or a video of you singing Michael Jackson. I don't know if that's happened. Wire said he was going to send it to me, but since he didn't, I guess you didn't. And your whining and bitching these days, just so pathetic. Yes, Mr. Latino Heat. Cronin is not off limits in the chat, or for discussion. So if you want to call in, feel free. I talked about it earlier, but I'll talk about it anytime. Really. Oh, I got the burps. But yeah, if you want to call in, Skype lines are open. Wonder if Blonin is coming up with some other excuse as to why he didn't make the video. Got an email from somebody who's asking for computer assistance, and they don't even know what the fuck they're doing. Like, oh, I don't know if it's this or if it's that. It's like, but how the fuck am I supposed to be able to help you if you don't even know what the fuck I'm dealing with? All right, hold on. Skype yet again fucked up. I don't know why it keeps doing that. All right, you have the floor.
All right. Yeah, I was trying to call into yesterday's show with Ken about the shit, especially when I heard the text, or not the text, but the interaction that he had with what was the guy's name? Firehawk, I believe.
Firebird.
Firebird. And the first thing that came to mind to me, there is a certain mindset with people that are narcissistic, greedy fucks like Joe Cronin. And it's the fuck you, give me money attitude. I don't care what's going on with you. Unless you got something to give to me, I don't want to hear it. And that's, to me, is what the fuck he pulled on that guy. I don't think it was so much that, oh, I'm looking to avoid confrontation, so I don't want to get into it with this guy. So I went ahead and I just blocked him because it felt like I was being assaulted or whatever, which I'm sure he'll come up with some bullshit spin on it. And it's just disgusting. I mean, I knew Cronin was an asshole, but wow, that shit right there just showed the bastardism that this motherfucker possesses. And I'm wondering, because I don't know. I mean, I'm not the type that does social media, but I was actually contemplating going ahead starting a Twitter account and some other shit just to get out there the fucking message about what this son of a bitch did, because I think everybody should go ahead, retweet that shit if they've got copies of it, put it out there so that more and more people see what kind of a son of a bitch that he is, because that to me is what he deserves. He deserves to be put on blast and exposed for the fucking piece of shit fraud that he is. And the whole speech that he was doing, his fucking diatribe about, oh, people are fake. People are fake. I created friends. When he said he created friends, who the fuck is he? Merlin? He created friends? You don't create friends. You make friends, you stupid fucking... Oh, I wish I had that motherfucker in front of me because I knocked the fucking teeth down his throat. I hate that motherfucker now more than ever.
Well, I'm not gonna waste my energy on hate, but yeah, I mean, it's not cool, but as I explained yesterday, is that I can't be disappointed because I already know what to expect. So it's like insanity. You can't keep expecting someone to do the good thing, the right thing, and that's the definition of insanity: doing the same thing, expecting a different result. So I'm not going to do that.
But did you really expect for him to fucking do that? To be dismissive to somebody that over,
but
I don't
that's
know
the thing.
how many...
Yes, I mean, I've seen it before though, so it's not like I'm not disturbed by this whole situation. I'm not I don't want to. My voice is kind of hurting as well. I'm not going to raise my voice and all that.
Yeah.
Like, the point is that, look, when I saw this on Friday, I wasn't pleased at all, and Ken and Drew can confirm that and stuff, and it is sort of like business as usual, because I've seen this before. It doesn't make it right, and it is. I said this on the show. I thought it was callous. I thought it was callous for him to do that. Especially after Firebird revealed his situation. The callous manner that he responded. I don't agree with it all whatsoever. And Ken was like, well, Joe acted like that because it was a little too harsh, but and I explained as well but Joe acts like that with anybody who tells him the truth. So it didn't have to necessarily be, this guy talking about the difference between Joe having a home and him not having a home. But Joe basically, actually now I lost my train of thought. I'm draining on too long, but yeah, go ahead.
But I'm thinking to myself, he has to know who this guy is. He has to remember the thousands of dollars that this guy's given him. And then just to fucking turn around and act like, oh, you're nothing to me? Fuck
Oh, I
you?
remember now. It's not just, somebody in peril. It's somebody who's simply just saying, "No, Joe, I disagree with you." It's happened with me, with Jesse, with Ken, with Drew, with Dead on Dave, with Tommy. Simply just telling him something, then he just blocks you.
Do you know if he deleted that shit pretty quick after the fact that it was discovered, or because I don't know. Like, did he try to remove any trace of that conversation?
No idea. I think that's a private message on Patreon. So
So he probably got it from
no,
Firebird then.
no, I believe that basically all those posts were, alerts on the Patreon platform,
Oh.
and because you can send private messages in Patreon, he
Yeah,
sent it that
yeah.
way.
What a motherfucker, though, man. Oh my god.
Yeah,
I
especially
swear.
now this time of year, like, I know this. Yeah, I especially know that this time of year is especially tough on people. But I mean,
I used to think he
it's
was
just
a wannabe liberal, a fake liberal, just a pander. But that act is like what your most psychotic, fucking bastardly Democrat, fucking leftist would do. He to me is a fucking. He's a converted, and he's a leftist, and he's a bad. Oh my god! I mean, I'm so fucking angry about that shit. And if people are sticking around on his fucking Patreon and they're still watching this stupid show, and they know that this happened, then they're a bunch of motherfuckers too. And I wouldn't even shit on them to feed them. If the only thing they could have for food or starve is my shit coming out of my ass, I wouldn't even shit in their fucking mouths.
so. Drew says in the chat it was in Twitter DMs. Can't delete those. Also says the Patreon posts remain up.
Then people need to like retweet that shit. And like I said, put it on blast. I don't know how to do it. I mean, I'm thinking about, like I said, getting on Twitter, learning how to do that shit, and I'm
It's
gonna be
not
like a
that
fucking
difficult,
watchdog.
dude. It's fairly simple. You just install the app, you find an image, you upload it, you add a comment, and boom. And you can tag people. So you could, well, until they block you. Well, you can still tag them,
You
but
should
they
still be
just
able to
won't see it.
follow, just not respond.
Yeah,
That's
but
what
I
I
mean,
understand. Yeah.
they'll the first time, because Joe wouldn't know what would be your account name. So, if you were to create an account and prepare a bunch of fucking tweets and then send them out and bombard him, he'll get them, he'll see them, he'll see that he's tagged. You could tag other people like Drew. Well, actually, I recommend you tag other people like Drew and Ken, so he knows that they know. And he'll block you, obviously, but he'll know that you've just basically just exposed him, and that these other people who are aware of it can also retweet this stuff. So that's how you do guerrilla social media. Is that you prepare a
Did
bunch
you?
of tweets, a bunch of fucking
Yeah,
images.
what's the word I'm looking for? You compile a bunch of shit.
Yeah, but you got to
If
prepare,
he
because the
does.
thing is though, if you, for example, if you tweet this out, one message, and you tag Joe and Joe gets pissed off, he'll ban you. So any future one, you won't see. Sorry, I got the hiccups. But
Yeah.
if you were to basically prepare 5 tweets, you just on your computer, all you got to do is open up a new tab. So you prepare
Mhm.
5 tweets, and you basically have them all ready. So you go from one tab to the next, send, 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 send. So it fucking just floods it. You got
Mhm.
5 messages, for example, sent. He's been tagged. He sees each and every single one of them. And only then he'll be like, oh, I'm going to ban you or I'm going to block you. But he would have known that there's so much more, not just one. Because, he might just try to dismiss one sort of tweet. Like, oh, fuck this guy. But 5 tweets would definitely send a message. And that might actually make him follow you to see what you're doing. Because then he'll anticipate that you will release further information.
You get a notification, don't you? Like somebody's following you. So if I were to follow him, he'd
Well,
know.
that's why you
See
prepare.
my
Well,
account.
that's why you prepare the
Yeah, right,
tweets
right, right.
first,
But
and
that's how it
then.
works, right?
Well, technically, you don't even have to follow him to tag him.
Yeah.
But to tag him means that to follow him means you're gonna actively see his updates and stuff. but you can still tag people on Twitter without following them. But yeah, you got to prepare for that sort of guerrilla warfare if you want to hit them up in the proper way.
Did you happen to see what Tiff was saying in the chat yesterday also, that A.G. Adams, as far as she's concerned, is Joe Cronin?
I did see that. I have no way to confirm that. I haven't talked to Tiff in quite some time.
But the jokes that he was making were like Joe Cronin fucking witticisms. It just seemed to make sense. Like the stupid shit that he was typing was the type of shit that Joe does.
It could be. I need to see more information. If I can confirm that it's him, or there's a high probability, I'll just block him from the chat. Or not. I mean, maybe we can goad him into revealing more things. I don't know. But I really don't know. I really don't know who A.J. Adams is. I was told at some point that he was Garguts. So I don't know. I mean, so far they haven't disrupted the chat, my chat, I should say. Anybody tries to dox shit here, you're gone, and I'm tracking you. You want to hate me, as some people do, and yet remain somewhat cordial in the chat, I'll allow it. But, it's as simple as that. You behave yourself and you don't fucking start to burn shit down. And even if you don't like me, I will actually tell my mods, do not touch that person. You let them stay and keep talking their shit. Jacob RP, for example. I've allowed that in the past. It got to the point, though, that he was so incessant that, yes, we did have to remove him. But, I'm open enough to allow for dissenters
when Blonin was talking shit
to get
about
their
your dad,
voice
I got
out.
rid of him. Because yesterday in Ken's chat, when he started talking shit about your dad, I said, fuck this motherfucker. And I went ahead and I blocked him. He wants to talk shit about you, that's one thing.
Who?
But to talk about somebody he has no business talking about, I wasn't going to put up with that shit.
Hold on, who?
Blonin.
Oh, yeah. I heard Tommy for some reason. So, yeah, Blonin he's a scumbag piece of shit.
When he was saying stuff about your dad, like fuck your dad or whatever the hell, I was like, no, what the hell's this motherfucker's problem? Stick to Dave Rose or shut the fuck up. And he said something else. I went block.
Yeah, he's just
no more
and he did this on Friday too. Is that he kept donating, which I thought was funny because he's like donating to criticize me. By the way, can I expect my cut?
That's the funny shit, that somebody like that is just so desperate to keep going that hey, make money off it.
Yes. It's just like why do you pay?
Jacob RP used to do that, and Tony definitely does that shit. Tony, oh my god, man. Tony's another one that's guilty of that shit.
But they feel so special to like be able to. Oh, I donated $1 or $2, and I got to get my piece in. And then meanwhile, I'm still on the show, like just berating them for that donation and proving them wrong, and they can't do anything but make another donation. It's like, but don't you get it, guys? Like, you hate me, but I'm getting a cut of this stuff. That was, the whole agreement. So like, that's where that money's going to. So you hate me enough to pay me? I mean, like. Well, some whores are paid to do that sort of thing. I mean, money's money, right?
Yeah, they're paying you to braid them, yeah. Braid pretty much.
Yeah, at least I don't got to have, get my hands dirty like some fucking dominatrix.
I love that.
Remote dominatrix work. You know what? I think I will sign up for that.
You should open up your own, what is it? The fucking, what's that shit?
Sex dungeon?
No, the fucking thing that all these whores are going on and...
Oh, an OnlyFans?
OnlyFans. You should get a Dave Rose OnlyFans so that you can berate all your enemies.
Some would probably pay. Some would probably pay, but I want to start up a boot camp. A boot camp for the naughty and wicked.
Oh, shit. I could see something like that, though, man.
Oh, it would be fucking awesome. I was made for that.
They'll be signing up with their credit cards, man. They'll be signing up to fucking go at you. And all the while, ding, 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 you're getting paid.
Yeah.
You heard that shit? What happened? I heard it today. I don't know if you heard it earlier, but today they were saying that Obama's people that are still around in governments in some way, shape, or form or are contacting Biden's people, telling them that you're fucking up everything we've built, you know, that Obama's administration built, and that you're destroying the Democrat Party. Do you not get what the fuck you're doing? Stop what you're doing, because in 2022 and in 2024, we're done. Don't you understand that? And they're saying that Biden's not even the one doing anything. He's just a fucking. They've already admitted that he's pretty much a parrot or a puppet. That he just speaks the whatever the fuck they want him to say, and they're the ones that are actually doing all the stuff. And that not even Kamala Harris has any say in anything. That is pretty much, according to them, it's pretty much Bernie Sanders that's running the show.
Really?
Yeah. They exposed that shit today. That there's there's inner talk or whatever the fuck between the two factions, the Obama faction and the Biden faction, and that they're going at it. That they're like, you know, you're fucking everything up. We're gonna be out of power. That's why they're so desperate to pass this build better bullshit, because they know they're gonna lose. But if they at least get to pass that, it's permanent. Another president can't come in and get rid of it. So that's why they're trying to get on that shit and get it done before 2022. They even think a lot of these people that do the political shit where they, you know, the research and stuff, they're saying there's a high chance that the Republicans are going to sweep all the seats that are open in both the House and the Senate. That no Democrat's going to win.
Sorry, I just got a
That's our,
message.
I hope that's true. I hope that's true, that we sweep both the House and the Senate as far as the open seats.
Well, I think I read that Virginia was won by a Republican.
Yeah.
So, and you know, apparently, I think Virginia Beach includes that that vote, and they're very liberal. So, you know, that seems to say a lot about the discontent that there is.
Yeah, that's just over with. Because they're seeing what's going on. That CRT is a national thing, and they don't like the whole mandates of the vaccine. The Democrats there and the Independents, they're done with the fucking Democrats. At least this Democrat contingent. They want to get rid of them, and they hope that some better representation comes along in the future. But yeah, in 2024, 2022, Virginia, they lost Virginia. What's really funny is about 2 weeks ago, the governor of North Carolina, which I believe they said was a Democrat, he went ahead and got rid of corporate tax in his state. And the Democrats flipped the fuck out because they're like, why are you doing that? That tax money has to be made, and you're setting an example as a Democrat that you don't believe in taxing corporations. How dare you fucking do that? Because that's what they're behind. They're behind doing the national one. And that guy, I guess he knows he's got to pull out all the stops and pretty much kiss ass to maintain his position as the governor. But it was hilarious. The fucking Democrats are bitching at him. They went off on him.
Now the midterms are coming up in 2022.
Yeah,
and
that's gonna be exciting.
I mean, I still can't understand how the fact that not most Americans, but why there hasn't been a revolution in America, because most Americans actually voted for Trump. This is a fact. He won in a landslide. And nobody's complaining. They would rather deal with the destruction that Biden did than actually fucking stand up. And it blows my mind. You people know your election was stolen. You know it.
It's not that they're not complaining. It's that they're pussies, because they seem to think.
I didn't say they're not complaining. I said they're not doing anything.
Well, they're not. Yeah, but it's all the same. It's all the same to me. I mean, not doing anything physically or verbally. They don't want to do shit because they feel if I run my fucking mouth, I'm either going to get doxxed, I'm going to get fucked with in some way, I'm going to lose my fucking job, or I'm going to be put on some FBI, CIA watch list, because of what happened on January 6th, which was a total bullshit and it was exposed that the Democrats are fucking ignoring that. They're trying to, they're still following up with, keeping tabs on conservative groups and shit. They don't give a fuck with the, using that Patriot Act bullshit. And it's just that people are afraid. And the thing that gets me is, fuck being afraid. If the majority of this country stands the fuck up and says, no, you're not going to fuck us anymore. We're done. We've had it. I don't give a fuck what you threaten me with, especially when it's the majority. They can't arrest everybody. Like, fucking, what is it? Let's say 100 million people. They're not going to fucking arrest 100 million people that are standing up. And that's why if they went ahead and got their guns and marched on Washington, they're not going to shoot those fucking people. It's going to be a peaceful removal of the fucking Congress and the Senate and the president. Because they're not going to shoot at those people. The military will not do that. Even if they're ordered to fucking shoot, they're not going to. Nobody in the fucking military, unless they're psychotic, wants to fucking go ahead and shoot an American. But the people, just because there's a vociferously, vocal minority that seems to get the most attention because they're allowed to, while YouTube and whatever shuts down everybody else that's talking against the agenda that's going on now, that they have their channels shut down, their fucking Twitter accounts banned and all this shit, so you don't get to hear them. But the fucking liberals, oh no, let's go ahead and let's make sure they're in the top whatever of fucking tweets and all this shit and fucking whatever else. They're the ones that get seen more and heard more. So people are like, fuck it, what can I do? Why should I bother? And that's the problem. People aren't like back in the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, where they would stand up when they know shit's fucking not right and that we're not going to take it. There's nobody like that anymore. Nobody wants to do it. And it's a shame. Because I swear to God, if we had a conservative that was like Martin Luther King, but for the conservatives, that would rally people with just his words and shit, one of two things is going to happen. He's going to get a huge following to follow him.
Well, you had somebody like that. It was Trump.
Yeah, but he was president. I'm talking about a civilian that just comes out of nowhere and starts doing it, does not have any kind of political agenda. He doesn't want to be, in office. He just wants to fucking set shit straight and get people motivated and mobilized and what have you. One of two things is going to happen, and I think both. He'll get a strong group of people together to do shit, and he's going to be assassinated and made a martyr.
Well,
He or she.
that's very much always the case.
So I wish there was somebody that just had that kind of fucking talent and that charisma and that ability to just... And maybe it might be Trump. He may not run for president again. He might just say, DeSantis, you got my backing. Everybody vote for DeSantis. And maybe he, throughout the year 2024, will go out there and get everybody riled up and get people to fucking finally stand up for themselves. It could be Trump. But as a civilian.
Nah, you
Only
never
hope.
know.
Your country, I feel bad for you, because what the fuck? That guy wants to be the next Chinese premier, whatever the fuck, that president for life? What the fuck is this shit?
Justin Trudeau?
Yeah, remember that you said he had some kind of election where he just basically voted himself back in again?
Well, yeah, but that's just
It
the way
is,
the Canadian systems work, is there's no term limits for a prime minister, so technically they could just keep getting voted in.
Without anybody running against him?
No, it doesn't matter. It's just that in America, you can only do 2 terms. You can't run a third term. So, in Canada, though, there's always going to be someone running against the prime minister or the incumbent. But if they lose, and the prime minister wins again, there's no term limits. He can keep winning. He can call an election whenever he wants and then extend his term for another 4 years.
That's insane that he can fucking call an election anytime he feels like it. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's not the best system, to be honest.
So what do you think? Canadian society is too polite to revolt if they ever had being pushed into that position? And Canadians wouldn't do it because they.
Some would. Some would. It depends where. In the West, the West is really like Texas. So
Yeah.
places like Saskatchewan, um, Alberta, uh, maybe the Yukon, those places are like the Wild West in the sense that people, there's a lot of farm owners, a lot of firearms in rural country, and a lot of acceptance for firearms. I mean, the biggest mall in Canada, the Edmonton, the West Edmonton Mall, I believe it's called. Never been there. Has a roller coaster and shit inside, but it also has like I think 3 different gun ranges. So, and that's a metropolitan city. So this stuff is viewed as acceptable, totally allowable, part of life. And in other parts of the country, like um, BC, for example, it's not viewed so kindly, at least in urban areas, because a lot of the urban areas in Canada are very, very liberal. And when I say liberal, that's Canadian liberal, which means practically communist. So they hate guns. And the further away you move from these things, in all provinces, the more accepting you have of, just regular firearms, just it's a part of life. You live on a farm, you live out in the forest, you go, hiking a lot, you're going to need protection. And it's viewed as a common thing. So it's really the liberal, cesspools that really care about this.
Let me ask you, because I don't know whether or not you've already planned ahead for a circumstance like this. God forbid, something would have happened to your dad. Would you still stay in Canada without any actual obligation, so to speak, or would you go to the United States?
That is a
If
tough question
anything,
that I've pondered multiple times.
yeah.
Um, I would very much consider going to America and claiming refugee status because I would be a refugee. But I don't know if I'd be accepted. I mean, if I could somehow get to Florida, you know, I might be safe there or Texas because it's the I don't know, it's the attitude that's that those people have, just the liberty and freedom. And well, we're now going into Agenda 2030, which they've changed the name multiple times, but basically what they plan to do was implement travel restrictions for anybody that didn't sort of toe the party line. And obviously that's been joined in with the vaccine mandate and all that crap. And obviously now it's going to be tied to the social credit score. So I'd have to probably, like at the current time, I'd have to sneak into America because there's no way in hell that I would be allowed into America.
Well, you
But
should be able to come as a just a visit, right? You should still, they should
as
still,
long as I'm vaccinated.
right? Yeah. Well, maybe by then that won't be
Well, that's why I'm hoping that things will eventually break and we might see a return to sanity. But, I'm aware that if I do need to flee to America, that I will have to, do a little magic and accomplish that. But it would be very difficult for me to get um, somewhere safe, basically in America. But I
I
could
can hook you up
hold
in
out as
Florida.
long as I could here in Ontario. I mean, the forest is my temple, and out here I'll give you a war you won't even believe. So
I can hook you up in Florida. I've got some connections here. I can hook you up, get you here.
yeah, but see,
It's
that's
just
the thing though, is
getting you
that
over the border.
I just love Ontario. I love my
But
province.
dude, if
It's
Canada is just getting worse and worse, I
I know.
mean, like I said, you end up not having any more obligation
I
to actually leave.
personally I would love to just go to some sort of Southeast Asian island and just disappear. Or like I would even pick the Caribbean. Like Caribbean's nice and all, but I don't know, just some island in the South Pacific, where you got just ample sky over it. You see all these beautiful stars, no fucking light pollution, uh, warm waters, but there's problems with that too. Um, I'm. It's not that I'm not seaworthy. It's just that I don't have experience farming the sea. So, I can fish in creeks and rivers and lakes, but I'm certainly not experienced with salt water. Um, I've been to the ocean a couple of times when I was a two year old kid, so that doesn't really count. So I'm not really knowledgeable on that. And living on an island, resources are limited. I mean, with me in the forest and stuff, I can forage. There's so much food that lives in the forest.
Well, I would have recommended Australia or New Zealand to you, but the way shit's over there, as psychotic as
Yeah,
it,
that's the last place I would want to go.
uh, before that, this bullshit that's gone on, that was a beautiful place to go to. That was a great place to go to. I had a girlfriend that was actually from Australia.
Oh yeah.
She worked for their national public radio system. She was their one of the program directors. I met her when she went to some kind of it was a what the fuck they call it when you have a big gathering like in Vegas and shit where it's specifically.
CES? Wasn't
God,
CES.
my brain is more fucked up than yours today. It's they just get together for like 3 days and like social media, whatever the fuck, and they're all talking about different technologies and all that. And they have all these different uh fuck, I'm an idiot. What the hell you call it? Oh man. It's like in Vegas. They always have these things in Vegas, and the prostitutes all hang out there for the guys that fucking go to these things once a year. It's a fucking, what the fuck is it called? Somebody in the chat knows what I mean, or where you get together from the same industry.
Workshop?
It's just no, it's bigger than that. It's bigger.
Convention?
Convention. There you go.
Oh, really?
But,
You were struggling for that word?
dude, I'm
Oh, Sam Khan just said in the chat.
out of it. But the
Well, it
convention
is a lazy Sunday.
was for media, whether it was new radio or television, and that's how I met her. That she showed up here in Florida because she was going to do that here, and I came across her in a restaurant and I started talking to her, and then we had a long distance relationship going, and every so often she flew from there to here to come see me. So fucking, I love Australian women there. So they don't put up with shit. They're tough. She's like a fucking cowgirl kind of. I mean, straight up, Australian women are tough fucking girls, man.
Nah,
Some
a
dude was
little
messing
too
with her.
sassy for me.
Dude, some girl or some guy was messing with her at a bar, and she was like, you need to leave me the fuck alone. But the way they would say it, and the guy was like, I think that's so hot. I wonder what you would sound like while I'm fucking you. She turned around and knocked the dude the fuck out. I thought I was gonna have to like step in and shit. Nope.
Very unladylike.
That was hot, man. What do you mean?
No, my lady pulls out a derringer from her garter belt and shoots him in the stomach, and
Okay,
just
'cause Wild
laughs over his bleeding body.
Yeah, because we're in the Wild West now, where women still wear garter belts and those fluffy
Well,
frill
you gotta
skirts.
find the right spots, and yeah.
I thought that was the coolest shit, though. She was like, you don't fuck with me, mate. I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, it sounds so cute, even though she's like cursing up a storm.
So I was looking at Joe Cronin's Twitter.
Mhm.
First, I wonder why well, let's read his little description. Podcast and YouTuber since 2005. I created everything. 60 million views, 70,000 subs. Wrestling commentator, comedian, podcaster, moron. Love and hate everyone equally. Peace sign, gay sign or flag, American flag. First of all, that's very odd for you, Joe, because normally you don't espouse any sort of patriotism. But more importantly is, why are you using the gay flag, dude? Are you just admitting that you're gay, or are you
The
trying
American
to
flag should have been
pander?
first. That way. The American flag should have been put first. If he's using it at all.
You
So
raise
right
a
there,
good
he's
point as well. You raise a very good point on protocol. And we all know me. Dave Tron operates on
So you know how it
linear
works, the
logic.
flagpole, right? Even in Canada, I'm sure, in the flagpole, you
Exactly.
have to
You
do
have
the
to-
national flag first, and then
And
you
it
can
has
do
to
your
be
provincial
higher. It
flag.
has to be higher.
Yep.
But no, we don't see that. But okay, so gay sign or gay flag. Still don't know why you're pandering. Like, you can support gay people if you want. I mean, and that statement's also stupid. Support gay people. He tried to pull that shit on Tommy NC. It's like, oh, do you support gay people? It's like, that has nothing to do with it. It's just like, why are you trying to fucking like steer this narrative? It's like, support gay people. How? For their ability to pay taxes? Absolutely. Fucking all the taxes are the good taxes, I guess, for, you know, balancing things out, as long as it's not overtaxation. But, you know, you pay your fair share and, you know, you get your services and so forth. That makes sense. Support gays, what? With pushing pedophilia? No. So this whole thing about his support and stuff is just so, to me, it's pandering. I have always seen it this way, that he wants to appear like, I guess, a liberal, but who basically has a plethora of different groups that he supports. So yeah, supports, you know, Black Lives Matter, supports gays, supports, you know, trans people, but it's,
Supports people that fuck
I think
animals.
it's more out of I don't even know anymore, man, because I've struggled with this thought for fucking ever. It's like, is it just pandering, or is it actual guilt? Like, because, you know, some people actually, strangely enough, have white guilt, for example. It's like, but you've never done anything, dude. But what do you, and it's the, you know, it's just like, I guess, a feeling of, I don't know.
I don't see it as
It's
white.
profitable to be an SJW, but I mean, like, I don't know,
I don't see
man.
white guilt. Because do you see Leia having white guilt? Seriously? And you think she's going to tolerate having Joe with white guilt in her house? No, I don't think it's white guilt. I think it's absolute pandering. But the thing that gets me is, I wonder if they had a bisexual flag and a gay flag, if he'd actually be putting the bisexual flag in its place. Because I tend to lean towards that's where he's at.
Could be, but I still think the gay thing could also be just a lot of pandering. He doesn't want to look bad in front of his audience, so he wants to look like he's inclusive. You know that stupid word, like, yeah, it's inclusive. Oh, so you're accepting pedophiles, you're accepting rapists, you're accepting murderers. That's to me what inclusive means. I prefer discriminatory. I prefer fucking bigoted.
Somebody should fucking tweet him saying, hey, where's the BLM flag? And I bet you within an hour or so he'll fucking put one on there.
Actually, that is kind of funny.
Like, fuck, I forgot to pander to them, damn it. Ah.
But I got to comment on this tweet as well, because this is something also that's bothered me, because I don't know how long you've been around Latino Heat. I know you've been around for a while, but I don't know if you've been around since
4.5 years.
Were you here when I started?
When you were with him?
Well, yeah. When I first started in the community. Period. Were you here?
No, I was only when you were on the show and Ken was still on the show.
Okay, so it's
and
a while
JB
after, because I didn't even start with
left.
Joe on streams. I started with Tommy C.
Okay.
With his hockey stream. So then Joe heard me. We did a hockey stream. Then he wanted me on as a co-host. Ooh. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special guest right now. The one, the only, the kingpin of New York, Foul Mouth Ken. And my
What's
boss.
up, fellas?
He's also my boss.
What's going?
You didn't let me rage last night, man. I called twice. You didn't let me rage.
Dude, I put you on last night. What happened?
Nothing. I never got the freaking connection.
It didn't
I
work.
I put you into the room.
I was sad because I wanted to go off.
Were you in there and just didn't say anything, or what happened?
No, nothing. I never got a notification that I was connected. Nothing.
Skype
That's
was
weird.
fucky yesterday.
I don't know. I don't know what happened. But I was gonna tell you because you're the one that can relate to the thing that I told Dave when I first started talking today with him about that whole. Remember the movie? I forgot what movie it was, where it's like "fuck you, where's my money?" Where that one
Yeah.
mafioso says that.
That's Goodfellas.
Yeah, I was telling Dave that's basically what Joe did to Firebird when he responded. That basically Joe was like, "Fuck you, give me money."
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
other words, I don't give a fuck about your problems. I just want your money.
Well, yeah, that's that part in the movie where he's like, "Your place burns down. Fuck you, pay me. You can't get your stuff
Yeah.
out to people that are buying it. Fuck you, pay
Fuck
me."
you, where's my? That's exactly how Joe is.
Yeah, your wife goes into labor or she's in the hospital. Fuck you, pay me. Like it's it's a selfish fucking way of thinking, but who the fuck knows, man? I can't even imagine like what he thinks, because it's like he's got to eventually think to himself like, man, these people must think like I'm an asshole after a while. I mean, he does. I guess he admits that. You know what I mean? He like gets on air sometimes and he goes, "I'm a real piece of shit. I really am a piece of shit. Like I really am." It's like, okay, well, at least you know it, you know?
But does he give a fuck? That's the problem. I don't think he cares.
Well, he doesn't care. That's the thing. He knows it, but he don't care.
He'll make
Like
a fake
today.
apology. He'll make a fake apology. I guarantee you, if this gets around enough and people
But
start
dude,
confronting him,
it won't get, dude, I'm telling you right now, this is not even like, he doesn't even need to brush off his shoulders because of this. This means nothing to him. This was nothing on his radar. This didn't even matter. We could have done 50 hours straight about it and could have brought the guy on and talked to him about it and
yeah,
did a whole, he wouldn't have
you're
cared.
right.
He just doesn't give a fuck. He just does not care.
You're absolutely right. But if there's actually people in his fucking community that have a heart and they saw this shit and they said, you know what? I can't fucking support this guy anymore. I can't believe he pulled this shit. I'm pulling out of Patreon. I'm not donating to this motherfucker. He loses a few of those people.
There are people
That's
that have done it
gonna.
in the last 2 months and the months, prior to that. I mean, there's always somebody like figuring out who Joe is and just, pulling out of the shit. There's always somebody doing that. But
And I can't believe that one guy, I forget his name though, the chubby guy, or the one that's not so chubby anymore, that does the wrestling shit with him. What the fuck's his name?
Well, did you hear that he said that he was like,
Jake.
Jake's backing out pretty soon doing wrestling shows. I mean, he might start his wrestling channel for the 4th time or some shit he said like that the other day.
I have a feeling Jake just needs to get the fuck away from him. And I hope he saw this shit and maybe sees that, I think it's time to fucking abandon ship.
The people that are there at this point, right? They don't give a fuck what Joe is. They don't care. Like, they morally don't give a fuck. Like, they'll be friends with him or they'll act like they're friends with him.
It's disgusting to not fucking be moved by that, though, to be affected by that shit that happened.
Now he literally has, he siphoned, the normal people all away now. So the only ones that are left now, for the most part, are people that are willing to ride that train to the bitter end. They don't care if he whips them. They don't care if he degrades them or talks shit about them or leaves the show for a half hour or doesn't offer them any money or doesn't plug their own show. They don't care. These people that are left, most of them, and I could be wrong about some of them, but most of them are just people who are just like, hey, I don't give a fuck what Joe says, what Joe does. I'm riding this for as long as I can.
Yeah, didn't somebody mention yesterday in your show that whole Texas thing, that he was doing a donation gathering or whatever, that he pocketed that money? Was somebody saying some shit that he actually never sent that money in?
I don't know. We can't, you can't definitively say if he did or he didn't, to be honest. So,
but that he never proved that he did either.
Yeah, I heard that he never proved it. I did hear that, but I wasn't really privy to that shit at that point, enough to.
Let me tell you something. Because YouTube has a thing that if you were to do some shit like that, you're raising money and you're saying that and you're on
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
YouTube
Yeah,
and a
you
video saying that shit,
Yeah,
they
you
can
can
fucking go ahead and ban them from YouTube forever.
you
If it
could
comes
get in
to
trouble if you're doing like a fundraiser for somebody. The minute you say, "Hey, the proceeds are going to this person," like I'm pretty sure that
you
you're
have
like
to,
through
you have to
law,
do it.
like
Yeah.
fucking, you know what I mean? Like I'm pretty sure. I don't know the exact details on that, but I'm pretty sure there's something that because you can't just go around saying you're doing a fundraiser for somebody who's sick or
It's been
something.
proven already with GoFundMe. Remember the husband and wife that had that bum on the street that was former military, and they
Yep.
raised all that money and they pocketed all the fucking money. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can't do that shit.
Yeah, you can't. You can't. So I mean, listen. Has Joe helped people out before? I'm pretty sure he has a lot of times. But lately here, it looks like he's just, and the way that he's describing to people that he's 70,000 in debt, that's like cutthroat to him now, like to where, hey man, I got to do what I got to do. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and bullshit about it. I need it.
I still
Like,
think
I need
70,000 is bullshit. That's a bullshit amount. I give him the benefit of a doubt at maybe 10,000 or lower, not 70. No fucking way. He would have never gotten a house. He
No,
would have
never.
gotten a house.
I don't believe that for a second, dude, because I've been wanting to buy a house for the longest time, and there is no way anybody. I mean, listen, the only way is to go and spend like frivolously for the last 2 years of his life, last year and a half of his life, to just spend frivolously on all kinds of shit, cars, jewelry, electronics, computers, like all that shit, right?
And we'll never know. We'll never know because he doesn't have to show us any
You
of
really
that.
won't.
You
But
would never know.
dude, there was certain things that he never told people that he purchased and got that he slipped up and said during live streams, like, oh, and like it came out like, oh, I got a 70-inch TV. Yeah, I didn't tell nobody, but I bought it like 7 months ago. Like, there's always things like that thrown in there that you hear of like weeks later where he doesn't really tell people that, because he's gonna be like, oh, I'm in debt, but I just bought a fucking 70-inch for the basement.
Well, we know he could have like a new Mustang for all we know.
Yeah, that's also something I want to point out because you talked about this, Ken, the other day. Is that look, the guy's gone through at least 4 different computers. Well, sorry, his kid has gone through 4 different widescreen, big screen TVs. But every time you see a new tweet of him with his TV, like you'd see one with the broken one, then you'd see, oh, it's a totally new one. And I mean, the priorities I don't think are there. Every kid has their own fucking tablet. The guy lives extremely well. He's surrounded by digital equipment. Lives better than I do. That's for damn sure. And he's constant. Like, look, I treat the old big screen TV that I have like fucking gold because it's the only one I got. And I don't have anything close to be able to replace it.
For the last 4 years, there's a line going through this TV, and I refuse to get rid of it because of one line. But like, I sit there every time and thinking like, fucking line, but I'm like, I'm not getting rid of it. It's my baby.
Yeah, same thing happened with my computer monitor. It's like it got a dent when I moved it, and I'm not replacing it. I mean, I'll live with what it is.
Oh. TVs are getting cheaper every year now.
Like, dude, but
that's the thing, though. It's just like fucking with Firebird. Look, I'm in a terrible financial situation.
No, I get it.
And it's, there's priorities that you got to fucking define. It's just like, if I can't watch TV, well then, okay, fine. But I'm not going to go rush out and try to replace it or beg for people to pay me when, all I'll do is just fucking, go and buy something frivolous. It's not like, actually paying for something that's important.
Dave, I went into my daughter's room for this happened like months ago. And I'm like, do you guys use the cable on the cable boxes? And they're like, well, once in a while. I'm like, listen, what is the sense of me paying $20 each room for a cable box that you guys never use?
Yeah.
That's that's $40 a month that they don't even use the cable boxes. I'm like, you guys watch movies on your tablets and your fucking, little mini laptops and all that shit. Like, let me get rid of the cable boxes. And at first they were like, no, you can't because like we won't have. And I'm like, listen, you got every app known to man. You got everything you need right there at your fingertips. You don't need this. So I got rid of their fucking cable boxes. I was like, fuck that shit. I'm not paying that shit.
You gotta save
Yeah.
where you can, yeah.
Yeah, you got to save where you can, man. You know, I eliminated a bunch of shit that I was like purchasing monthly. You know, like I guess I had like Hulu and all these other apps. And I was like, you know what? I got to get rid of some of these, man. You know, like I can't.
The WWE Network. Yeah.
I keep adding, bro. It's like I keep adding, and it's like month to month bill goes up every fucking time you add something. It's like Jesus Christ, man, with the inflation and shit, it's like almost impossible right now. You know?
Yeah.
What's
Almost
fucked up for you though, I'm sure, Ken, because I don't know. I'm sure in your area you only have one cable company you can actually get. for
Well,
instance?
no, there's a lot of
Or
them,
no?
dude. We could choose from like Verizon. You could choose from.
Oh, so you can shop whenever your contract's up.
Yeah, you
from
can.
Bill.
But
Okay.
you know what? Dude, to tell you the truth, I've always had the same cable company my entire life. So I just stick with Cablevision because it's just what I know. And it is expensive as fuck to have cable. It really is, man. It's ridiculous. And Filthy just got rid of all his cable, and he literally has just all the streaming things. And I'm like, yeah, but don't you want to watch like local news and local? And he's like, I get all the local
You
channels.
can
And I
get
was
it,
like,
yeah.
"Oh, yeah?" I was like, I forgot about that. But you wouldn't get like Channel 12 News where I live, all the weather, you know, the weather station that's out here. Like I wouldn't be able to get that shit, you know? So it's like any eye on the games, like, you know, I wouldn't be able to get certain Met games and shit like that. So I keep it because of that, you know? But it is a big bill, man. It is, man.
But you
You know?
haven't thought about shopping around, like, this cable company is actually cheaper. Let me just go with them until the contract's up to see who's next.
I got to tell you, though, my internet has always been fucking great, man, for the most part, you know? It's always been great. So I kind of like just stick to it because of the internet, too.
You have a fairly good
You know?
internet. I noticed that for example, I start a stream and the link starts
Yeah.
maybe about a minute later, 45 seconds, but yours starts usually fairly quick.
Yeah, it's been, you know, there was times where it would shit out, but that's like more of like a local problem, like more than just my shit, you know? Because I have the internet that you get when you have like you're running.
It's a bundle.
business.
Yeah.
So it's like you could have like 20 different fucking things going, you know? And I have the booster for the Wi-Fi all over the place and all that shit. And so
And Derek's saying something in the chat about Paramount. He says you can get your local news on Paramount.
Oh, that's cool. I knew some shit was like that too, man. I don't have Paramount too. I want to check that out. I heard it's
Paramount's
really
good. I got it. I do have Paramount, and it's very good. And it has Frasier on it. That's why I got it. It's really the only reason why I got it. But it's very good. And then the Jesus Christ, did y'all hear that?
Yeah.
What was it?
Good God, it's
What
fucking
kind of music?
Kawasaki Ninja. No, it's
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was music.
a
So it's a rice burner.
Sorry about the interruption, but like, yeah. So I don't even know. And then I have obviously Peacock, but I just got that in because Married with Children's on Peacock.
But you have the
So-
fucking series, dude. On
Yeah, but I like
DVD.
on the go. I like watching it. You know.
PB Cop.
No matter
Six-
how many different ways, no matter how many different platforms you look at, Married with Children, you're never going to see that chick naked. So
Six in the chat says he pays $200 a month for cable.
Yeah, that's about what it is.
I'm sorry, I would not pay that. I would not pay that at
Plus
all.
internet, no, Dave. And then
What's that?
house phones?
Mine was around $200 a month, but then I got rid of the 2 boxes and it brought it down $40. So, you know,
If
I got
you
it down
can
to like,
get if you can configure to get a digital antenna so you can get over the air and you've got enough signal, that's good. You got basic shit. The internet's the best way to deal with this, unless they want to lower cable costs. Yeah, fuck them. And yeah, the internet gives you ample options, legal and otherwise, to watch all these different things. Cable
Yeah.
companies are insane to think. Well, the problem is though that they know people are going to pay for that shit. I won't. I'm not going to pay to be propagandized.
Somebody's
Well,
choking or
Put in the shower. Takes about an hour to scrub this physique.
You're cleaning right now?
Yeah, I'm about to jump in the shower. Oh man, I'm dirty as fuck, bro. I was pulling fucking leaves and dirt and shit out of my gutters this morning at 9 o'clock. Oh my god, I've been doing all fucking day again.
Ugh.
I'm ready to relax.
Oh, I was shoveling the snow today. Apparently, you guys had some good weather the other day, but we got snowfall.
Today was beautiful out, man. It really was. Oh, but you listen, you guys have a good night, and I'll talk to you guys soon. I just wanted to call in and say what's up and, see how you guys are and all that.
alrighty. Oh, hey, did you hear back from Tommy at all? Was he like raging from all the meat tag shit, or?
Oh, dude, I heard from him, and he was totally fine, bro. He was totally chill. He was like, "What's going on? Great show, man." I was like, "Oh, thanks."
Wow.
Yeah, I was surprised. Yeah, he was good to go. Yeah.
Well, hopefully you can make that graphic soon of the meat tag with the eyes and the cutout mouth, and then you can be the meat tag.
Or make a meat tag puppet. Meat tag puppet.
Dude. All right, bro. I'll talk to you guys soon. Have a good night.
Yeah.
All right, there goes Ken, the king of New York.
Oh, that would be awesome. A meat tag
And
puppet.
before he called in, I was just about to get to this. I'm going to check the chat before I do so.
You were talking about.
I know where I was. All right, so Joe Cronin's Twitter and stuff, the pandering, to me, the obviousness of the transparency. But something that's always sort of annoyed me is that I've always been sort of ahead of the curve. And I'm not saying that to be the joke or anything like that. It's just that look at the early stuff. That's why I was asking how long you've been around, Latino Hate. Is that if you look at the early stuff, well, if you look at all of it, but you start with the early stuff, you'll see that there was times where I was saying, well, this looks like it's going to be this way. And then I was ridiculed. I was laughed at. The same situation where I can't remember that political pundit, that blonde woman. She's a bitch and a cunt. She says she's conservative, but Ann Coulter. There we go. She, she was on Bill Maher's show, and when asked who she thought was, going to win the presidency or who was the front runner, she said Trump. And they all laughed at her and all that. And that was the same way with me on Joe's show. And there was so many different things politically, whether it be BLM, whether it be some events that occurred around the world, or ones that were of questionable nature, because I can't say the word that, has two F's in it, FF. Because then this, we'll get flagged here. But, it was just so consistent that I get proven correct. That's why I started calling myself Mr. Consistent, because there would be these situations where Joe would, would basically take the, again, I don't know if it's the pandering side or stuff, but I was laying straight out fact. BLM is a domestic terrorist organization. Oh, Dave, you're just racist, or this and that, blah, blah, blah. Well, what do we got now 4 years later, 5 years later? Dave Rose is proven correct. God damn it. But, his the tweet that made me respond in that manner was him responding to Fox News saying, breaking news, CNN terminates Chris Cuomo effective immediately. And he says, and his response is Joe Stradamus. So as to say, somehow he always knew this was going to happen, right? Because he's always shown himself to be so politically aware and knowledgeable, right?
What a joke.
And yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, when you were talking about back in the day, with how he acted and the things that he did, I do now in retrospect recognize one thing. He did show signs of his prickness, of his bastardism back then. with treating people that he said were his friends, like Tommy, treating him the way he fucking abused him constantly to get fucking donations. And, I'll ban him for a month if you, doing that kind of shit. So he was showing signs of that sort of attitude and demeanor back then. But I guess I felt that it was part of a routine between the two of them. That Tommy was of the understanding that this was going to go down and he was cool with it. But in retrospect, I don't think so. I think he just, whoever the fuck it is, if he can make money off of fucking with you and abusing you and all that shit, and you don't want to play along, then he'll just fucking get rid of you outright. And if you do play along, he'll stretch it out as much as possible, milk it for as much as possible, and then eventually get rid of you. And
Yep.
yeah, I saw that shit, and I just never really recognized it until, like I said, this thing with Firebird was an awakening, man. And as far as the type of person he really fucking is, it's an awakening, and I'm hoping it's an awakening for a lot of other people. I really hope.
It's unfortunate,
You know,
but
just to do that to a guy like that supported you with that much money and fucking love and shit, and to just be so dismissive. I mean, wow, man.
but I've seen that before. That's why it's not as surprising to me. I'm not trying to diminish what he did with
That wasn't kind of
Firebird, but it's just like it's just so common though. That's why I said yesterday that this is just business as usual. And Drew asked me that, and he was surprised, I believe, by my response and stuff. And I explained it. I mean, we've experienced this even without somebody needing help and stuff. It was basically something of a consistent nature.
that wasn't kind of the relationship that he had with JB, and that's kind of why JB left. I mean, was he pulling shit with JB? Because I don't really remember.
I don't know. I don't know about their personal interactions and stuff. I know that I came before JB, but he liked JB more than me. Probably because I stood up more to him, and his wife probably didn't like him being friends with me because my views were so galvanizing and so, radicalizing.
I mean, because the reason why I ask is I find it odd that he cut all ties with Joe, but yet he was still friendly with Leah. That was the odd thing to me. I would figure he just cut ties with everybody in relations to Joe.
Well, it goes to show where Joe was. He was being petty, and both his wife and JB recognized that, so they decided to keep playing video games because that's what they enjoyed to do.
Yeah.
And Joe got very sour about that.
Fuck him. You reap what you sow. Me, I mean, if that was me and my wife, if I had a wife and she was playing with some dude that I'm no longer having any kind of dealings with, I would have been pissed off and I'm like, he ain't doing that shit in this
Hey,
fucking
Drew,
house.
why don't you call in then? Why don't you crawl in? Crawl into my bed, said Joe Cronin to Drew.
I wonder if he slipped Drew a Mickey or some shit and fucking had his way with him.
But again, it goes back, this whole thing with Joe Cronin and stuff is that I've seen this for years since I've worked with him, and it's a hypocrisy that finally people are starting to see. But what's that?
Do you remember examples in particular, or
of what specifically? Of him being
of
hypocritical?
him just showing himself like that to you?
Okay. Well, there's so many though. There's so many. Okay, so let's just say random interaction between black perpetrator and white cop. Black guy gets killed. Joe jumps on it immediately. Fuck the cops. Fuck white people. This country sucks. Blah blah blah. Turns out the fucking perpetrator had raped a kid, had killed somebody, and was running away, and pointed a gun at the cop, and the cop obviously at that point their training kicks in. They shoot, and it's sort of like, oh, I was wrong, but what about that? Like, let's talk about this now. It's just like totally trying to memory hole these sorts of things. So it always appeared, at least to me, to be very pandering in the sense that he wanted to rage on situations he felt powerless on, situations he was also ignorant on, that and that's why I think it's a combination both of white guilt and pandering, because he's raging for something. He's raging against the machine, apparently, but it's through ignorance and stuff. It's just like, again, a typical leftist on Twitter. It's like, fuck the patriarchy. But then there's the, me making a video about this might actually, get me some brownie points. And I don't say that unironically, but
He did that shit with that one kid that had that knife that the cops were chasing, and that he turned around like he was running around a car, and they had it on body cam, and he went at the cop with a knife, and the cop took him down. He said that shit too before the body cam footage or any of the information came out, that these cops fucking shot a guy that was unarmed. I remember that shit where Joe was doing that. And then they came out with all the information that the kid
it was
actually
constant, dude. It was constant where these things were going on, and I would call them out, and I would be the big racist. Oh no, and then I get proven correct, and then it gets swept under the rug and such. But there were so many different times where his ignorance was just on full display, and it was both a combination of what I suspect was white guilt and some sort of pandering. Because it just can't be that that he would say these sorts of things knowing his previous track record of basically jumping the gun a bit and reporting on things he didn't even know about, and then looking like a fool. But he doesn't want to admit that, obviously.
Have you ever seen him act the way he did, like with Firebird, to anybody? Or
Yes, I have. That's why I said that it was business as usual.
But I mean, do you have any examples of that where he did the same type of shit? Just
I'd have to
right.
dig deep. Well, there's so many though. That's the thing. It's just at this point, it just all blends together. It happened to me. It happened to Ken. It happened to Drew. It happened to Jesse.
He was just that dismissive.
I think I've got screenshots of this of people send me that they were blocked by Joe. Fuck, man. Costanza, I believe.
Just because they disagreed with him?
What's that?
Just because they disagree with him, he was like, fuck you then?
Yep. A straight out fucking disagreement, or just like, you weren't wrong, like you were wrong there, or I didn't say that. Just a simple thing like that, and it's just boom, you're blocked.
That's childish.
All right, so give me a second. Give me about a minute or so, maybe less. Just got to step away for a second. So why don't you talk about something that's on your mind? I'll be right back.
Pretty. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I meant you guys that are listening, I don't know if anybody has an Applebee's by you. I had asked yesterday if anybody tried that new Cheetos battered chicken nugget thingies that they make. I don't know if anybody's actually tried that, and if you have, is it actually good? Because I'm kind of curious. We get the commercials now where they're selling them. I think it's Cheetos dusted or breaded. I don't know what the hell it is, but if anybody has an opinion, I'd like to hear it. Because I'm thinking about trying it. Because that could be a regional thing also. It might just be in Florida. I don't know. Because I know there's some restaurants that do regional shit and they don't take it nationwide. So, nobody apparently. I guess I'll have to bite the bullet next time I go and see what the hell it tastes like. I mean, I like Cheetos. I'm just wondering what the hell a chicken with Cheetos crust or whatever would taste like. It'll be interesting, that's for sure. I usually when I go to Applebee's, I get 2 appetizers. I get the onion rings, which brings like 10 onion rings, giant ass onion rings, and then I get the boneless chicken with the Parmesan like seasoning on it, and those are 10 of those. I don't really get any kind of dinner platters there. I'm not too keen about their food. But their appetizers, they got some good appetizers. And I think the reason why they have such really good appetizers is because of the bar.
Okay, I'm
It
back.
seems that's where they make their money. Welcome back.
Sorry, continue. Continue.
Do they have Applebee's in Canada or no?
Yes, they do, but always closer to the border. They seem to be something that isn't throughout all of Canada. It just seems to be very often than not, or more often than not, just very close to the border.
You've gone to it or no? Any of them?
I think I have been to at least one time. I've been to Applebee's, but
Yeah, I was telling
nothing
your
like that
audience,
was a long time ago, and nothing sticks with me. I've been to TGI Fridays when I went down to
Oh,
Niagara
I
Falls.
missed
Or
TGI.
They
So
call it
good.
Fridays now, right?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, I love that. I miss it. They used to have them here, and they pulled out of the state for some reason. God,
I
they were
liked
so-
actually the selection. That was actually there was a lot of cool meals at that place.
Yeah, man. They had really good sliders too.
Yeah, all different sorts of food, and yeah, it was a really good place to go after work on on a Friday, I guess, and yeah, just the finger foods, the sliders, the nacho dip, and all that stuff.
You know what I like is Applebee's has it the spinach
Artichoke,
dip with artichokes. Yeah. Oh man, that's
spinach
good shit.
artichoke dip. I'm assuming.
That is so good.
Yeah, that is some good stuff.
And then they make their own. They make their own tortilla chips, so it's fresh. Yeah, Applebee's has really good appetizers. Platters I can live without, but their appetizers, and like I was saying to your audience, that apparently the reason why I believe they have such good appetizers is because of the bar. A lot of the bars their things are like combinations, like you can have all you can eat appetizer or whatever as long as you're drinking. So they do stuff like that. So it's pretty cool. And there they have the like boneless wings. You can get them for like the last time I remember was like 50 cents a wing or some shit.
Damn.
Drinking. And they're
I
good.
don't know.
They're good.
I've seen places here that 50 cent for an actual like an actual chicken wing, not a boneless wing. And I
love
hate that
boneless
term
wings.
too, because there's no such thing as a boneless wing.
I can't even say it's processed meat though. To me it's real chicken.
It's a fucking
I mean,
nugget. It's a chicken nugget.
Yeah. I just like it. I don't want to deal with bones.
I'm not saying they're bad. I mean, they're usually the good ones are made of actual chicken breast, and
Yeah.
they're really good. But don't tell me it's a wing, especially a boneless wing.
No, they just say boneless chicken. They don't even say wing. It
Well,
just
I've
says
seen some
boneless.
places up here say boneless wing, but regardless, yeah. Come on, just call it what it is.
Oh God, I miss fucking eating at there's this place here that's like Hooters, but they have I don't know like 25 different sauces. The boneless wings or the barbecue wings if you get the regular, bone or with the bone. 25 different sauces, and on Wednesdays, it's all you can fucking eat for like $12, $15, something like that.
Not bad.
All the fucking wings you can eat.
We have a wing place up here that there's a couple,
Wing
but we have one in
That's it.
particular that has 101 flavors. Now, to me, that's excessive. That's too excessive. You don't look if you do something good and right, you don't need that many things. Like you can have at most 20, and that's a variety between different flavors, and maybe that's going a little too far. But 101 flavors, like please, come on.
Dude, I had habanero and mango yesterday.
How is
Sauce.
that? I've never tried that combination.
It's smoky. It's so fucking smoky. I didn't like it. It was like a fucking cigar with mango flavoring.
Oh, okay. So maybe I'll pass if
I didn't like it.
because I've seen that stuff and I don't know. Mango sounds good to me. Although I'm thinking
Mango
pineapple
is
might
good,
sound
but-
better. But yeah, pity.
But I don't know. Something about the habanero. It was like whoever created the sauce, it's like they took the habanero pepper and put it on a grill and like fucking charred it and then pulverized it into the sauce. I didn't like it.
Yeah.
And it was a little hot. It was a little hot, but
You know what? I personally just love. I love making my own wings. You know, and I can either make some sort of sauce. I've got great dry rub recipes for chicken wings. Fucking love that shit. A pepper, lemon pepper.
lemon pepper.
Basically
yeah.
dry rub. It's not fully dry because it's lemon juice, but it's got a little bit of salt on there too. But that shit alone, oh my god, it turns out so good. And it's simplistic, it's easy, it doesn't take long at all. Baking in the oven. Yeah, you could fry this stuff,
pepper's
but
good
I
on
like
pork.
I like them baked personally.
Lemon
Well, when
pepper seasoning is good on pork chops. It's good on chicken. It's good
Yeah.
on fucking steak.
But I
goes-
like the, I like the dry rub baked. Well, obviously wet rub is baked, but I mean, if I'm gonna fry something, it's usually gonna have to be breaded, I guess. I'm not, unless it's a fucking gargantuan fucking chicken wing. By frying it, you're just gonna remove all the juice and
Yeah.
all the moisture from the chicken, so you come out with fucking, irradiated chicken. So baking to me is just a better way of keeping that juiciness in the chicken. And
And the air fryer is better than fucking frying it.
what's that?
Air fryers are better than using the actual.
Yeah. I've heard the legends of the air fryers. I have not yet gotten one. I would actually like to learn a little more before I consider investing in that, because that would be an investment. I'm not too pleased that most air fryers just seem to be on the small scale. So, yeah, they're like, oh, you could do fucking 2 chicken drumsticks in the air fryer. It's like, yeah, but I'm hungry and I'm hungry now. Like, what is this? Fucking, I gotta eat in fucking portions here? Like, I want 6 drumsticks now to eat.
If you like to cook, Dave, if you really like to cook, what's a good investment is getting these 3-in-1s where it's a conventional oven / toaster oven / rotisserie broiler.
Dude,
Those machines
yes,
are
I've
good.
watched enough of these shows, cooking shows and home renovation shows, that I know that I would definitely probably invest in $1 million kitchen. That'd be at least 2 stoves, both gas.
No, this is something that's small. It's I got a Wolfgang Puck one.
So
it's
what is it
small.
exactly?
It does the rotisserie. And a
Oh,
broiler.
it's just like a little oven, right? Toaster
Yeah,
oven,
but
I
you could
guess,
put, like,
but it
a
does all these
full-size
different
pizza in
things.
it. Yeah, you can put a full-size pizza in it. It'll fit that. You can put a
Wow.
whole chicken in it.
That's
And-
actually larger than.
Yeah, but it's not overly expensive. That's what I'm saying. It's good, and you
Shout
can,
out
like I
to
said,
Nicky
you can.
Nines in the chat, as well as the Goon. You can continue. I was just shouting them out.
Oh, that's fine. You can broil, rotisserie. You can do like a toaster oven, and it has this cap on it where it releases the air from the actual oven, so that it seals in everything, like in the juices and everything. It doesn't evaporate anything.
Have you ever
Does the
made
air-
chicken with a clay pot?
Like the same one you would do for a paella? That kind of pot?
No.
All ones.
I gotta find the exact. There's an exact word for this.
On a whole chicken or just like pedazo? Like a chicken
no,
breast.
you can put a full chicken in there. Well,
Okay,
it's
so you're
telling
not
me that it
talking about-
is known as clay pot.
Okay.
Romertopf. It's something that is big in Europe, and it's just these two pieces of clay that are sort of like bowls, but they one goes over the other,
Mm.
and they enclose any sort of food, and and you have to soak them. You actually have to soak them in water before you use them. But it's an old style method of cooking, and it makes
Oh,
chicken so fucking
my
moist.
ex told me about that. She has one. Yeah, my ex was telling me about that.
Yeah, that's the way we used to eat them as kids.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
And yeah,
My
it
thing, I
was
like
really good.
my thing, Dutch
Dump a
oven.
bunch of
Love 'em.
vegetables in there as well. It really comes out really good, and yeah.
She says she has one where she does some kind of weird thing to it. Like she seasons it before she actually uses it, like puts the meat in it. In other words, like the whole thing, she does some kind of treatment to it. And then she puts the meat and the vegetables and all that stuff, and then she closes it and cooks it. And then you don't have to do that with yours, or you would season like the pot itself.
Not with those, no.
Okay. 'Cause, yeah, I was like, I never heard of her having to do that. She goes, the reason why she does that is not only does it help to season the food, but it keeps the food from sticking to it.
Well,
It like,
yeah, you can always use some sort of lubricant. I mean, it could be butter, oil, something like that. But no, there was enough moisture inside the clay pot that didn't require any, because nothing would stick.
you like Dutch ovens or not really?
Yeah, I do actually.
I think they're a great way to cook.
I love cast iron. Cast iron to me is the best way to fucking cook.
Yep, you gotta get one, and it has to have it has to be that one material where it's like fuck, there's a name for it. They got the cast iron one, but there's a name for it
Teflon.
where no, I thought it was corrugated or some shit, maybe
I don't know.
or no. I can look it up real quick and get back to you on that because I was looking up some on Amazon and they had some really good deals on that. I was amazed. It'll probably have it in my history.
That's right.
Yep, there you go.
Costanza microwaves are my number one enemy.
They're only good for one thing, and even then, not really. And
Getting
that's
the magnetometer from them and making a directed energy weapon, which many people have done. I suggest that you look it up on the internet. You can take an old
that's fucking
microwave,
funny.
you can take the magnetometer from inside, you can fashion it into a rifle, attach some lithium batteries to it, and now you have a directed energy weapon which will hit a target at least 50 feet and make them burn alive. So, yeah, good stuff.
You know what's really cool too? Are the flame tagines.
The
I
what?
love those pots. The tagines where you make the tagine in it. It's a pot. It's like I don't know if it's Turkish or whatever the hell it is, but it's a pot. It's like a dish, and then the hood of the pot. It's
Oh,
like a
yeah,
rig.
I'm seeing it right now. I'm seeing it. I've never used one of those.
Those things are awesome, and it's from what I understand, it's specifically for people that actually do make tagine. It's a
Well,
Moroccan.
I'm not. Yeah, exactly. It's North African, but I'm not familiar too much with that cuisine. I've tried a few things. A Tunisian submarine sandwich is fucking awesome, but
If you ever try
yeah,
that, you got to
not
try
not
that.
familiar with that. More familiar with Latin American foods, with some Middle Eastern foods and Asian foods, as well as obviously North American.
Yeah. If anybody offers to take you to a restaurant like that or cook tagine for you, I'm telling you, try it.
It's not that I'm adverse to trying that stuff out at all. I love all sorts of cuisine, and
Especially if you're
I'm
a meat
willing to
lover.
try it at
Yeah.
least twice. That's always been my strategy. It's like, maybe the first time was, I don't know, maybe the first time I my palate wasn't working, so I'll try it a second time.
Dude, they popped up on Amazon a book for cooking, The Shredded Chef. Made me think of Bullfrog making a cookbook. The microwave chef, and instead of having him like this guy is built, so he's topless, just showing off his six pack and shit. It'll be Bullfrog with his fucking beer belly on the cover.
See, that is, again, I am truly a genius, but that would have been such a great idea if it was carried out. That if,
Cooking with Bullfrog.
yeah, exactly. If and it is obviously quite frustrating to deal with the guy, but
Dude, it's comedy gold, though. That you fucking go ahead and tell him how to cook shit, and you're yelling at him. That's awesome.
well, it is, yeah, it works out very well. It's very comical, but it's also very challenging. But it's a great concept. It would very much work, and it'd be quite comical. Now, quickly, I'm putting a book, an actual book that exists, image-wise, on the stream here, just for Leaping Lizard, who says, and I apologize because I've got both a case of the burps and the hiccups at the same time, which is always pleasant. Says, no, I couldn't live without my microwave. Well, then you, sir, maybe, are a cat lady? Because Microwave for One by Sonia Allison. And in fact, there's a few more books here. They're very, very sad. I think to myself what kind of poor divorce this woman went through. Or maybe if she caused the divorce. And,
Oh my God. Oh.
I mean, living this way, microwave meal to microwave meal, it's not that inspiring. But speaking of which, let's get another very inspiring book called Microwave Cooking for One by Marie T. Smythe. And yeah, look how happy she looks there, with all those cooked meals that apparently came from a microwave.
Yes.
This is the fate that awaits you, millennials. The boomers have fucked you over. And us Gen Xers are just sitting here laughing because we're all so fucked. I'm not hearing you, dude. If you're talking, I'm not hearing you. Hello? Hello, do we have Ratino Heat? Ratino Heat.
I'm here. You gonna hear me?
I hear you now, Ratino Heat.
Oh. You hear me? Yeah?
A little better.
No, I'm just laughing my ass off because of that first book with that Sonia Allison. That microwave is like 40 fucking years old.
Yep. And think about how inefficient they were back then and how much radiation they were pumping into the foods. But look at all this food. Look at all this stuff. Like, I've heard people make cakes and stuff in the microwave, but like roasts and shit, I don't think so.
Yeah, people make no-bake cakes or some shit in the microwave. That's disgusting.
Jada says he'd rather watch paint dry, tumbleweeds roll than watch papers cook. But there's something to say. It's like a reality show where it's just a train wreck. It's like Jersey Shore. These people are trash. That they deserve everything they get. And you just somehow can't look away. It's like the Tiger King almost. Again, you got trashy people that you're just so amazed that even exist that you can't look away. But
Nobody's ever watched The Worst Cooks in America TV show? You guys haven't watched that shit?
What show?
Worst Cooks in America.
Worst?
The Cooking Network.
Hold on. Cooks?
Worst Cooks in America.
I have never heard or seen that show. Let me quickly look it up. But please continue. Worst Cooks in America.
You'd love it. It's people like Bullfrog. They have no fucking clue how to even boil an egg.
Oh my God, this is something I definitely would like. I don't know what it is about watching people cook and fuck up that just it really gets me hard. I don't know what it is. Like it's just and maybe it's the incompetence, maybe it's the ludicrousness of the nature. but it's something, I don't know. I'm a sadist. I'm clearly a sadist. I have to admit that. I mean, I don't know how exactly, but it's clearly something of a benevolent nature, maybe. I mean, maybe it's justified. I mean, could be karma.
They've had shows or episodes where people almost set their fucking station on fire. That's how funny.
Now you had me
telling
at
you, man,
fire.
you'll get hooked.
You had me at fire.
You'll get hooked. I'm not even joking. And they've had
Too late.
people like
Too
going
late.
on
You
their
said
ass
the F word.
Oh,
Oh man, I can't wait. I can't wait now to see this. This
network.
is
It's on a Food Network.
hopefully this is as good as you're making it out to sound. But I mean, I've seen this
Believe me,
stuff, you know,
better.
similar stuff with other cooking shows, and this is I love it. You know, it's fucking awesome.
And what it is, it's two teams pits against each other. So you got two professional chefs that are trying to teach. Each one is trying to teach their team how to be a better cook, so they can have bragging rights at the end when their cook
is anybody
goes
there an actual cook?
Of the people,
Yeah.
no. Of just the ones that are leading the teams.
Oh, so these are just amateurs.
They're not even amateurs, dude. They have no clue. They've never cooked in their lives.
So it's
They're bull
basic.
frogs.
Well, it's basically trying to, you know, set them up for failure or something, or
No, just to get the comedy gold out of the fucking fact of they're morons, and then to show the progression if they actually start learning how to cook, which some actually end up doing better. But dude, you got to see the meal some of these motherfuckers come up with. This person did a tuna fish noodle casserole thing, and it looked like a cat threw up, and it was all gray. And their leader, the chef that teaches them and shit, has to taste it to judge it. And the judge, the fucking chef is like, I don't want to eat this shit.
wow.
And they have to. They still have to. And the face that they put when they taste these nasty fucking things, man. You're gonna love the show, I'm telling you.
It sounds like I probably would. Now, give me about 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah. If any of you are interested in what shows like on Food Network, I'm telling you, that's a show you definitely want to watch. It's awesome. It is such a good show. Anne Burrell, I'm not a fan of. The one, I don't know if any of you know her,
Sorry
but
about that.
it's a blonde. No problem. The blonde lady with a mohawk. Usually, she's just so damn dopey. But
So hold on. Let me get back to the chat here. We got Extreme Chat says early 80s they pushed microwaves. Yeah, I sure know. Six says disgusting food made in the microwave. That's disgusting, making food in the microwave. Absolutely. Bam says I wouldn't want to eat anything from those two. Absolutely. Leaping Lizard says, I only use the microwave to heat things up. When I cook, I make enough to last for 2 or 3 meals. I hate the way things taste when you heat them up with the microwave because it changes the consistency of the food, the flavor. It's just I can't deal with that and I haven't used a microwave for over I think the last time I used a microwave was probably 2001, 2003, something like that. So it's over 20 years or close to 20 years. But I never liked it, and at one point I said, no, I'm done. I'm not using this shit no more. Costanza says microwaves are for either pre-cooked frozen foods or reheating a coffee cup. Neither. Sorry, you're irradiating your food. Leaping Lizard says, yes, pre-cooked meals that I made a day or two, negatory. And Six agrees, cooking a meal in the microwave would be disgusting, yes. And Costanza says, I'm getting
an air fryer.
All right, go ahead.
Or get one of those ovens that I mentioned, the 3-in-1s. If you're in the market for a microwave, fuck the microwave.
What's it called?
It's a 3-in-1 oven. I'll tell you exactly what it's called.
Yeah, but isn't there a name for this? A brand or something?
There's a specific name for it, yeah.
What?
That's all I'm going to put right now. There is a specific name for them.
Well, I want to look it up, so
That's what I'm saying. I'm looking it up right now.
Kindly surrender that information.
let's see. All right, they are called. Well, here's one: air fryer toaster oven. It does convection toaster with 7 cook modes. It's a large capacity oven, and it will fit a 12-inch pizza.
Oh shit! So is it with one door or 2 doors to open up?
That one's one.
One door. Okay, because I'm looking at them. They look fairly large. Yeah, I can see you can fit a whole pizza on there. One of them has a photo with 2 pizzas.
But you want the convection. You have to make sure it's convection. And
Yeah,
like I said,
I'm
you
looking
get
at
one with
these.
rotisserie. If you want to do a chicken in there, you get one with a rotisserie, and it's. I mean, they're so good.
So you
They
have
even
one
have
of
ones
these,
with
eh?
a coffee maker next to it.
What's that?
They have ones with coffee maker attached to it.
I've seen those. I just saw a picture of that. That's really cool, actually. There's one with like the one I'm looking at with the coffee maker. It's also got like sort of griddle on top.
Yeah.
Is that the one you got?
They have. The one I have has a vegetable warmer, or not a vegetable. Well, yeah, it's a warmer on top. You can put stuff on there to keep it warm, like biscuits and
That's
shit.
actually really cool.
So much healthier than a microwave. So much better.
It
Like, you do a
also
pizza in
looks
a
large because it
microwave.
looks like you could fit a lot of
Sure.
chicken wings, for example, on that tray. So you
Some
can
of
make
those
a
are 24
proper
quart.
number. When
You
I
have
eat
30
chicken
quart
wings,
ones.
I usually eat like 3 pounds.
And you know what you'll like about it, Dave, is they come with these attachments, so to speak. So they have like a griddle attachment. So if you want to make like
Sweet.
pancakes and shit in there, or if you're doing meat, so the grease comes off into the grooves and stays off your meat.
Okay.
They got all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I
man.
see some of these ones here with the rotisserie, where you can actually have the whole chicken in there, just rotate.
Yeah.
That's really fucking
Yep.
cool. How much did you pay for yours?
240 something. But like I
Well,
said, it was a wolf.
definitely not
So-
cheap.
And I've had it now for 10 years, and it's still working like brand new.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, yeah, I
Sounds-
love that
sounds
damn
like-
thing.
Sounds really good.
I only make my pizzas and that shit. I will not fucking do it in a microwave. Pizza
Your-
in a
your-
microwave.
Hold on.
is
Frozen
no
pizzas or actual fresh pizzas?
Pizza. Pizza. Real pizza.
So you roll your dough and stuff, you do your thing, and then you put it in there.
And you do it directly on the tray, the bar tray. The one that has like the
Interesting.
little bar.
Because I like
that way
making
it-
pizza. I like actually making pizza, not
Yeah, I
pulling a
can put it in there,
bullfrog
man.
and just pulling out a frozen pizza. And you know,
Yeah.
I've got no stone oven, so I use my regular oven. But that sounds interesting. How you can use this device to
Everything, man.
bake
You can make a
pizza
pot roast.
in a way that apparently comes out extremely well.
You can even do a pot roast, and it comes out so nice.
Seriously.
Oh, hell yeah, man.
Do you know about the efficiency of the electricity? Like, is it better than using your oven? Is there less strain?
Yes. It's less of a strain, yeah, on your power. Yes.
Interesting. All right,
And if
I
you
gotta go
get
just check
the-
my dinner one more time, and I'll be right back.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah. And folks, if you do look to get one, the best thing for you to do is, if you don't want to buy it in a store, but you can find it in a store so you can look at it, in person, get the ones that have the air release on the top. Because of the fact, like I said, if you are allowing the air to escape the inside of that oven, it'll hold the juices and everything more so in the meat. So look to get one of those. And they still also come with a warmer on the
All
top,
right,
too.
I'm back.
Oh. Yeah,
All right.
Dave, if you ever look to get one, like I was telling them, make sure you get the one that has the air release on the top.
Okay.
So that way your meat keeps its moisture. Because there's no air in there fucking anything up.
So this image that I'm putting up right now was sent to me by the kingpin of kingpin of Las Vegas. A lot of kingpins around here. Mars Mirror himself, and it's homemade marinara sauce with meatballs that have been simmering all day. Look at that beauty.
I am not thinking anything yet.
Mars knows his meats, and I've insisted that he make shows about his cooking. multiple times, and I'm great at the names. So Mars knows his meats would be also another great title. I've suggested several. And yeah, I mean
Basil leaves.
when you simmer meatballs all day, you get they're so infused with flavor.
Is he in the chat? Because I was wondering if he puts basil leaf in there.
I didn't see him in the chat, but he's obviously listening. He's probably busy minding his balls.
Yeah, I put a giant basil leaf in when I make mine. You know what I do with mine? I do it where I have onions inside the meat, and then in the sauce itself, and I'll have that cooking for like 8 hours. Just
Yeah,
cooking for 8 hours.
I've made sauce, on the stove and stuff, and it's literally an entire day. But I've noticed that utilizing a crock pot is actually extremely efficient because you can cook it in a lot less time and still gets infused with a lot of flavor and sort of allows you to free your stove for other things. If you're planning a big meal and stuff, it's just really useful. Leaping Lizard says, I actually have a restaurant-grade pizza oven. Stainless steel. Had it over for 10 years, and it still works great. That sounds fucking awesome. I would love one of those. But, brick would be my preferred method.
You should look at the countertop pizza ovens they have. They actually have countertop ones.
No, I'm not going to remind myself what I will not own. So, especially now at Christmas time. I'm going to be happy, I guess, with what I've got and try to make the best of it.
Well, good people get shit at some point in their life, so just keep doing what you're doing and being who you are, man.
Well, it'd be so much easier if I just won the lottery and then, a lot of problems would just melt away.
Things will come around there, man.
Yeah, I hope so. But Van Edward says in the chat, I'm going easy tonight. Crock pot roast, potatoes, carrots, onions, boiled down beef stock. That sounds great. I love the crock pot for its simplicity and, because shit, people have to work and stuff. So you set that thing for the day, you come back, you've got a nice hot meal waiting for you, and nothing better
Dutch
than
oven.
that.
That's why I love them. Yeah, that's why I love the Dutch oven and then the crock pot, because you can just set it and forget it and come back later on. Yeah.
Nothing worse than coming home from a hard day of work and having to fucking make yourself a meal.
I even have to admit, I like rice makers. I don't know if you've used one or not.
I don't, but I've been looking into getting one because they are very convenient. I don't like rice personally, but I know it's healthy, and it would be a good way to vary my diet and stuff. And it's very convenient, and I'd prefer that just for the fact that, to me, because of my aversion to rice from a young age, because it was never prepared properly, I'm not an expert at making rice, so I can fuck it up. I like fluffy rice, and I've been able to make it in the past, but there's been times I fucked it up. More often than not, I can make rice, make it nice and fluffy, but with that, with not knowing exactly how to cook it proper, as opposed to, say, other foods, right?
You mean
the doubt. What's that?
On a consistent basis, you're meaning?
Exactly. Like, okay. I mean, for example, cooking potatoes, I'll cook them any which way to Sunday, and I'll make them fucking perfect for you. Potatoes, I'm good at. Eggs, eggs I can do no problem. But, this, for example, is something where rice is always a little testy with me because I don't know if I got it right and if it's going to need a little more, and if I go a little too much, I fuck it up. And the convenience of having a rice maker just takes that sort of concern off your shoulders, because it's going to come out every time with the rice cooker properly.
I can actually make, it's not fried rice, but the same way you make fried rice without actually frying it in the pan. in a rice maker where I can take the eggs, put it in there, and the vegetables, and put it in there and cook it. It comes out good. So rice makers are very versatile. Plus, the one I have has a tray kind of thing on a top where you can put like buns in there and vegetables or whatever, and it's the steam is coming off the rice. It cooks.
It helps steam that. Yeah.
So yeah, I love those, man.
Yeah, I had a lot of Asian friends as a kid, and all their families had rice cookers and stuff, and their lunches would consist of soy milk, rice, pork, vegetables, typical Asian meals and stuff. And I mean, it's a convenient thing. Van Eber says the key to fluffy rice is boiling it, then in the refrigerator for a few hours. That doesn't make sense. Then to wok the same sesame oil, mix in egg, some veggies, make some shrimp or stew beef. Bingo, simple yet good. That's if you're frying it though. But I mean, and there's so many different ways of people saying how to make rice. And what I've noticed, for example, is the method that I know is you boil the rice, you boil the water, you set it to simmer as soon as it's boiling, add the rice in and cover. And then you let it go for about 20 minutes, take it off the heat, but keep it covered for 5 minutes. At that point, you open it up, you fluff it up, and you're good to go. But, that's just one of many different ways that works with rice.
That's if you're doing it on the stove. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly. So that's stovetop. So, and that's primarily using like a sort of steaming method. So I've seen so many different recipes on how to make rice and like how to make the perfect rice, and everyone's fucking different. So it adds to further confusion in me. Because as a kid, rice was never made right. So it always tasted like shit. And I never had an interest in pursuing it, and neither was pasta. Pasta was always overdone. It was fucking goopy and disgusting.
Bad pasta just will make you not want to eat pasta. Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because that's the trauma I got as a kid. Because if I had actually been taught properly, then I probably would have loved both of those. But potatoes are my favorite carbohydrate, and they're so versatile, so fucking versatile. That's why I love them so much.
Me, it's white rice. I will eat white rice all freaking day long. Love white rice.
It's not bad, but I mean,
like,
rice, maybe like a bed of rice with a chicken breast on there, some fried vegetables on the side.
Well, frijol negro or stuff like that. You do,
Like what?
Frijol negro or brown beans on there, red beans. Garbanzos.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not my go-to. I mean,
hell, I'll even have that with meatloaf.
I don't know. I also don't agree with putting rice into tacos and shit or burritos. I've seen people do that, or like, there's but the burrito companies here in Canada that put rice in burritos, and it's like, that's not Mexican. What the fuck
not
are you
Mexican.
doing?
I don't believe they do that. No, I don't think they do that at all. So I don't know where the hell that came from.
It's terrible. It's because they fill it with rice, beans, and then something else, and it's just like, but all you're trying to do is fill people up on fucking carbs, and like it's not even authentic.
Save on meat. Yeah, and save on the meat and everything else.
Yeah, exactly. And it just bothers me. So when I eat Mexican, I prefer authentic Mexican.
Got my earpiece, sorry.
And I've had really good authentic Mexican in Canada. I just remembered of one place that we went to for somebody's birthday, my family. I don't remember who it was, but I remember the address. It was on Bathurst Street. Authentic Mexican, fucking out of this world. And good quality Mexican food is it's spectacular. There's a lot of good quality into the, put into the actual making of the meal. So I'm going to go probably another 25 minutes or so, 30 minutes, because Drew is going live at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. And I'm calculating that with the conclusion of my food so that,
They can eat while you listen.
yeah, exactly. And I can hear what he has to talk about Ghislaine or Ghislaine. Sorry, Ghislaine. Ghislaine. Apparently, you're not supposed to pronounce the S. Maxwell, and that whole case. And you never know if maybe I'll call in. People always seem to want my take on these sorts of things. But yeah, we'll go for a while longer. So,
That's fine. I mean,
a lot
if
of
you
stuff
want to
that
stay
we
on
can
with
still
that.
talk about.
Yeah.
Then Edward says, I like simple Monte Cristo egg sandwich for a late night munchies if I'm stoned. I actually prefer that more for lunch, personally, but there's something about a Monte Cristo. I don't know what it is exactly that I like so much. Maybe it's like, it's the ham, or maybe it's just the egged bread. It comes together so well, actually.
I'm not a ham guy. I don't know. I don't like
You
ham.
don't like jamon?
No. I like pig.
What's up, guys?
Like I like pork. Like if it's done in a pit, covered with banana leaves, shit like that.
Yeah,
but
but
ham,
like
no.
I don't know. I
don't care if it's
I
cut.
like pork, but as of late, actually, I haven't really had much of a sort of desire to eat it. Like, I like pork chops and pork loin and stuff, but I just haven't had a desire to eat it. Now, pork ribs, I have had sort of a desire to eat that stuff. What else? What other
Do you
cut?
use Spanish spices at all, or no? Like adobo or
Sometimes again, I was traumatized by the overuse of adobo as a kid, so I kind of avoid it. But I have it. I have it on hand. So if I choose to use it, that can work with rice, for example. Look, it's not that I can't make rice. It's just that it's not my go-to. So, for example, if you're going to say, okay, make me a dish with rice. Okay, let's make some chicken chopped up, fry it up. We're going to obviously start off with, vegetables like onions, red peppers, well, any peppers really, preferably sweet. We're going to obviously add adobo, oregano, probably some parsley, salt and pepper, get those flavors going there. Add a little water to start to build up some moisture. Boil that down, so reduce it a little bit more. And, this is, at this point, you can either add the chicken, you can add some cream if you want. You want to make it creamy, you can add the cream. And, you can, at this point, you can, add that with rice if you want. You could add it with pasta if you want. So I could, I'm capable of doing that. And I know of recipes, I've never tried them yet, where you basically, you make the rice by frying it. But it's fried in butter, so it doesn't go dry, it doesn't go hard. And my mother made this great, the recipe I know is from my mother, is that she would, make the rice that way. It was buttered, it had almonds, I believe, in it. No, I can't remember what. There was some sort of nut that was in there. But no, it was pine.
Like a pine nut?
I think so.
Pine nut?
Yeah,
yeah.
And it was stuffed into a Cornish hen, and we'd have that for Christmas. So and it was so fucking good. It was pine nuts. It was pine nuts. Yeah, so like, I know of these recipes, but I've yet dared to try them because, it's beyond my pay scope,
If you ever do make yellow rice, use beer.
Use beer to make yellow rice?
Yeah, instead of water.
I'm not a fan of yellow rice at all.
Oh, well, I was
At
gonna say because the beer
all.
tastes better.
And it stains things so
it,
badly.
it can. Yeah, the pot that
Fucking,
you
and
do it in.
why,
Yeah.
like, look, why do you have to add shit to rice if rice is so good? Why do you have to add anything to it? Shouldn't have to.
It's just to make it a different, consistency or taste. That's all it is. It's really what it is. Like Asian, same thing. Cubans make black rice with the black beans, or dirty rice. New Orleans, same thing.
Yeah, but that's a little bit different. It's not like you're not staining it with with a spice. But back to the chat here, quick. Leaping Lizard says, I have a Mexican place down the street from me. The only time I get rice from them is for a side dish. Excellent. Rice should never be considered an entree. We also have Casey's Raw in the chat. I think I shouted him out, but I'll shout you out anyways. Shout out to Casey is Raw. Van Edwards says, I slow smoked some ribs Friday night. Bourbon glazed, tinged with habanero sauce, made in-house, homemade fries, and some homemade ice cream. Best meal of the week.
He said he made his own
I
habanero.
never made ice cream before. I can't comprehend that, that skill. But congrats. That sounds fucking awesome. What'd you say?
Dale agua. I haven't. I'm not in a room, so I didn't see whether or not he's made his own habanero sauce. Getting in here now to see
Yeah, he
what he
said
wrote.
he slow smoked ribs on Friday. Bourbon glazed, tinged with habanero sauce. Made in-house.
Van Edwards, you didn't happen to go ahead and like smoke your peppers, your habaneros on a grill or anything, did you? Because I feel like I said it changes the taste of the habanero to me.
I'm actually going to be talking about one of the Mexican places I like that I've been to on a future Too Many Chefs, because Will Tactics asked me a while back to review some Canadian places, and I'll be talking about one place that just, they fucking hit it out of the park, and I'm nowhere close to them anymore. But when I used to go to them at least once a month. It was that good, and yeah, it was just great. Plus, I could order in Spanish, no problems.
I'm so lucky. Let me tell you, where I live, I can have Vietnamese food, Thai food, Korean food, Japanese food, Chinese. I can fucking have French, German food, Italian.
Well,
Anything
I've got a
I
lot of
want.
hicks around here, so they think that rice in a burrito is somehow exotic and authentic. So I got to deal with certain inabilities.
Rice, it's just a filler. What is? Same thing with Taco Bell when the
Yeah,
people
but
are
I
getting.
don't want to move back to the big city. If the food is the only thing that apparently is such a big deal for me, then I'm not. I'll make my own food. Fuck, I'll make it
Check
better.
this shit out. Check this out. When I lived in New York, there was a restaurant I went to. They were Chinese Cubans. Okay, Chinese that moved to Cuba, lived there, learned how to cook the Cuban food, so they did like a fusion. Oh my god, the fucking food was awesome, dude.
There's a big Chinese population in Jamaica, and I met several Chinese Jamaicans, if you want to call them that. I worked with one of them, and I swear to God, this guy was Chinese, but his accent was fucking Jamaican. It was fucking the nuttiest thing. And he also spoke Spanish, which was cool too. But like, yeah, it was like, and yeah, you do find a lot of places up here in Canada where you do have, it's like a Chinese Jamaican restaurant. So it's Chinese food, but it's also Jamaican.
Yeah, something that's fascinating about Chinese though that I've come to see is they acclimate themselves to where they are so perfectly.
Not all of them. Not all of them.
I'm not talking about the cultural thing. I'm talking about like the way they talk and shit. I've seen more often than not where they like if British they have the English accent.
I'd have to
Or
disagree.
Spanish,
I've
they have
not
the
seen that in
Spanish
Canada. I've seen that
Really?
more from places outside of Canada, whether it be a Chinese person who moved to England, or a Chinese person who moved to Jamaica, or a Chinese person who moved to Argentina.
Well,
But
that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
but in Canada, no,
nothing. Nobody
no,
really.
they
I
will
don't
not do
know.
that in Canada. They will not acclimate. They will not assimilate. They will refuse to even learn the language, and they'll go so far as having a whole
Yeah, but
plaza that has Chinese signs, no English. You go to anywhere in that plaza, and they won't service you because they choose to not recognize, you know, that you can, that you're a customer. And they'll pretend that they don't know English even though they do. So we got
so fast.
in the chat, we got Van
Fascinating.
Edwards who's responding to your question, saying yes, he
Yeah.
does. Then he also says, I even smoke my Himalayan salt. Now that's fucking badass. That's fucking cool. Uh, when does the Van Edwards School of Barbecue start? Because I'd like to inquire for perhaps a bursary or something, because that would be very cool. And I've heard of that. I've heard of smoking salt, but like, damn, to know someone who actually does it as opposed to someone on a cooking show, I find it impressive. You can laugh at me all you want, but I find it impressive.
Plus, it's
Because
more
most people, again, look at
trustworthy.
bullfrog. Well, maybe it's a little bit of an extreme.
Let's not.
What's that?
Let's not look at frog. I said, let's not look at bullfrog.
Yeah, it's a little extreme to point to because that's the total opposite of anyone who's anywhere interested in either their own health or just eating their diet. Like, I mean, this is the type of guy who literally just probably opens the fridge, puts his hand in, pulls whatever he grabbed out, and be like, well, I guess today we're eating this. And it's already prepared for him. There's no prep necessary.
Oh, God. I can't. I don't know how you can eat fucking microwave pizzas like every day and pretty much. And yeah,
I
I
don't
just.
know either, but there's obviously mental issues there. Van Edwards, abso-fucking-lutely start your own fucking channel. And yes, I would fucking love to see a barbecue and soul food channel. See, I'm up here in Canada. That stuff isn't fucking common at all. I've only been ever to one restaurant that I could call authentic when it came to soul food because it was basically a restaurant based on Memphis cuisine. It was called the Memphis Smokehouse, actually. And the owners were Korean, and they went down and they found a black chef who was experienced in the arts of soul food and barbecue. And no, they did not poach him. They did not capture him or enslave him. They actually paid him to go up to Canada and start working at that place. Now, I went there, I think, twice. No, 3 times. My God, was this some of the best food I ever tried in my life. In my life. And the chef would come out. He would check with everyone. He would explain things about the food and stuff. And I've never tried that at all prior or after in Canada. You can't really find authentic soul food places. And Southern barbecue, actual Southern barbecue, not like, oh, let's slather some fucking bullshit on a rack of ribs that we just put in the oven, and we'll convince you that it's barbecue. Like this is like that place was actually smoking shit.
Yeah. That's fresh food too. That's good food.
Oh, I would love the opportunity to, and America has such great restaurants and stuff and such a selection up here in Canada, even in Toronto, that you're not going to find this unless there's like a small little shop, and even still, you don't have Americans flocking to Canada to share your soul food or your Southern barbecue. So to find someone experienced enough, and you do find sometimes chefs that went down to the South and trained down there and brought back some of their skills, but sometimes those are fusion places. Sometimes, it's just not the same. It's frustrating because seeing how good this food is and having experienced it those few times, it's just like, I'm still still aching for it.
But not only that, for you, in your case, there's so many different foods out there, you're never getting a chance to even try. Like, with me, like I said, I can get anything, even Indian food. I went to an Indian restaurant for the first time in my life, and a dessert,
Well, I
time for
lived in
dessert.
Toronto, dude. So Toronto is one of the most diverse cities in the world, and you can find just about any sort of food there, but not every food. And that's why I'm saying that, yeah, I could find some amazing Indian places, Jamaican places, Chinese, authentic Chinese, Mongolian even, Vietnamese, amazing Vietnamese food in Toronto,
Love
Thai
Vietnamese
food
food.
as
Oh my,
well, Mexican, Ecuadorian, Peruvian,
you ever had
Salvadorian,
Vietnamese coffee?
but you can't find soul food.
Dave, have you ever had Vietnamese coffee?
You're talking too fast. Vietnamese what?
Vietnamese coffee.
You're still talking too fast. Say it slower.
Vietnamese coffee.
Oh, coffee.
Cafe? Cafe?
I was hearing
Yeah.
bebe, bebe. No, I don't believe I have.
It's delicious. It's like a French roast, but it's just
Well, the
put some.
Vietnamese used to be, Vietnam used to be Indochina. The French used to run it, and yeah, I can understand.
Well, that's what Vietnamese food is. It's a mixture of Chinese and French cuisine.
Yep, yep. The banh mi is basically something that definitely the French had major involvement with, and I've still yet to try an authentic banh mi, but I look forward to it. I've made pseudo banh mi's, having ingredients similar to that stuff on hand, but never had an authentic one.
I
And
think
the
they make
authentic
best.
ones are supposed to actually have head cheese.
Yeah,
And I don't think that we can actually get those here in Canada, but I'd have to look. But we don't have a big
I
Vietnamese population here either.
I will say
Well, I
this.
mean,
I think
where I am. In Toronto, it's different.
I believe they make the best spring rolls of all the Asian
Yes,
cuisine.
yes, I will have to agree with you. I do favor Vietnamese spring rolls. Those are actually they stand apart from the typical Chinese ones.
And their pot stickers. Oh my God. The pot stick.
Chinese make some really good pot stickers, but I like the
Did
use
they?
of coconut with the Vietnamese, but also the Thai and the curries that they make.
This Chinese restaurant that I went to when I lived in a place called Co-op City in New York, we had a Chinese restaurant where they had this rotating silver platter sort of thing with a flame, open flame in the middle of it. And it had different kinds of meats and stuff that you just go ahead and you take the metal, the fork thing, put it in there, and you cook your own meat. I don't remember what the hell it's called. Something platter. It was something platter. I don't know what the hell it was. I don't know if every Chinese restaurant had that because I have never seen it anywhere else.
I have not
And
seen that.
remember what the fuck it's called. I know the last
I've
part
been
of
to
it's
some
platter.
fancy ass
Poo-poo
fucking
platter.
Chinese
Poo-poo platter.
restaurants.
Might be poo-poo platter. I think is what they called it. It might be it.
Don't know.
That was good. You know what a lot of people don't know when they go to Chinese restaurants? They think that all you have is either the egg noodle soup or the freaking wonton soup or whatever the fuck basic soups they have. They have a house soup that they never, no Chinese restaurant announces it, but they all make it. You ask for the house soup, they know what the hell you're talking about. It's got lobster, shrimp, beef, chicken, you name it. All the fucking meat is in it, including wontons.
Well, it depends on the place.
That's the shit right there, man. The house soup. Mm. I love Asian food more than anything, really, to be honest.
Um,
That's my favorite cuisine.
I don't know. Asian food is good, and there's such a variety. But and this is a hard one for me because I love different types of foods. I like different types of flavors, different
What's your
types of
favorite cuisine?
presentations. What'd you say?
What's your favorite cuisine if you have to choose?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out because it's always difficult for me to make such a decision. Uh, I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know because it just there's so many different things that I like, and they're varied from different cultures. You know. Uh,
Well, being that you're a meat lover, does that make it easier for you to choose like what cuisine makes the best meat dishes? Would that help you out?
Uh, well, I'm sort of biased there because, I was born in Argentina and the asado is the thing there. And, you know, cuts of beef are some of the best in the world. And it's always been part of the culture. Eating meat, especially cow, has always been a huge thing in Argentina. And the different types of dishes that can be made um, sort of speak to what's the best word? The facility of Argentinians to utilize, you know, beef and make it into several different types of dishes, several different types of cuts. I mean, even the Brazilians, I'll give the Brazilians this. They also know very well how to cut beef properly because the cut itself also defines the flavor. And picanha. Picanha is, I guess it's roast. Rump roast, or rump, I
Hmm.
should say, of a cow. And you wouldn't think that that cut is anything particularly special. I've never tried meat better than picanha. It was Brazilian picanha. I barbecued it, and it blew my mind. It blew my fucking mind how amazing this cut was. I've never had anything like it, nor have I had anything like it since. And I've never been, unfortunately, to one of those Brazilian restaurants where you get all you can eat, or they come to your table and cut the meat off in front of you
Yeah.
and stuff. I would love to. That's also on my bucket list. But and if we do a meetup in Niagara Falls, we've got a place there that does that. So, but that cut was the most incredible thing ever.
What is
And
it? Pretty much lean meat? Was it lean or?
no, it had some fat to it, and it was
Yeah.
just delicious. I love
Good
meat with
marbling.
fat. I love the
Good
marble.
marbling to it.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. And I love the hemoglobin. I love a steak that's between red and pink,
Hmm.
somewhere in between. But it's not rare and it's not medium rare. It's right in between both of those. It's a little bit red. It's a little bit pink. And there's hemoglobin. You know those juices that come out. It's not blood. It's just hemoglobin.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
it's fucking sorry. Um, it oh man, like I don't want to say I can't say I like American cuisine per se because yeah, steak is eaten all over the world, right?
Right.
I mean, and Argentinians make a great steak, and yeah, sure, French fries go great with it, but so do potatoes, so do baked potatoes, so do you can eat pasta with a steak and stuff. So
Yep.
I can't right now. You've basically malfunctioned my mind because now I can't even think straight as to what foods. Because it's so difficult to choose, and this is a topic that's so passionate to me that I could literally spend hours and not even realize I'm just rambling on like I'm doing right now about fucking food. So,
So I stumped
also,
you, huh?
shout out to the donator who just came in. Um, please tell me. I can't remember because obviously I don't want to keep track of this shit. But can't remember who this person's. Can't remember what their name is on the internet. Um, that they use on YouTube from the name that they're providing me right now with the donation. But awesome donation. Thank you so much, man. I believe this might be Bullseye. I could be wrong, so I apologize. But yeah, obviously I'm not saying anybody's name on here. But regardless, absolutely fucking awesome. Really appreciate it, actually. Did not expect it. And I hope you guys enjoyed yourself. with my show today. But yeah, really, really appreciate it. Thank you, man. And Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to you and yours, and all the best. So very cool, unexpected little gift. Very nice. Got to catch up. I'm watching too many screens here. I'm trying to track too much. I've got obviously Latino Heat here, and I want to disrespect him by not letting him talk, despite me, being known for my long-winded diatribes. Go ahead. I'm going to read the chat. Go ahead and say a few things. I don't know.
I was just saying, I actually stumped you. I'm surprised.
Yeah, you did. You did. It's not very often that Dave Rose is not necessarily a lack of words or lack for words. What's the problem? Yeah, lack for words.
Is at a lack of for words, or
yeah,
you're right,
lack
either
for
way.
words. There we go. See, my brain's it's just malfunctioning today. But yeah, when you short circuit Dave's brain, it's just words. It's just coming out like blah blah blah. Like what is going on? Johnny Five is alive. Johnny Five. So yeah, I get a little out there sometimes.
Well,
But I enjoy the
when you
company.
get a chance,
Hey, if we're all going downhill, let's all go downhill together. Have some fun.
when you get the opportunity to actually think about it, let me know when I talk to you again as far as what you came up with as far as your favorite cuisine.
Yeah, actually, I guess that's gonna have to. Thank you for because I've been having some writer's block with too many chefs, and as obviously I've gone on, I like to talk cooking and food and stuff. So that's gonna be one of my new topics coming up. It's gonna be what is my favorite type of cuisine. So I'm gonna have to rack my brain, and you'll probably see me break down a bit on the show and just figure things out. Like, but I like this, but I like that. Like, ugh. So we'll
Fuck it,
see.
take it and break it into parts. What you like, and then the next thing you like about the cuisine or whatever, or different
Well,
ones.
maybe it'll have to be a
Maybe
point system.
Italian.
I don't know. I mean, it's going to be difficult to judge because it's hard.
We'll
But
figure it out.
yeah, there's always a lot of opportunities, and I hope to review some Canadian brands as well of restaurants to let people know. And I'm hoping that Nikki Nines might be available for that. I originally proposed it to be on an episode of Smug Canadians. I still propose that, Nikki. And yeah, it would be something that we could both, soundboard off each other and discuss how, our experiences were with those particular brands, or if we even had any experience with those brands. Because, for example, in Alberta, where Nikki is, there's restaurants, and he grew up in Alberta as well. So, like, there's a lot more American brands there of certain things than there are here in Ontario, which is strange. But, for example, down close to Niagara Falls, St. Catharines, those places have American restaurants, like Perkins Restaurant, for example, that
Right.
you don't have in Alberta or in the rest of Ontario, for example. So that's why I was saying earlier that there's certain brands that are located close to the border, but nothing more than that. So, there's some restaurants I'm sure that I've been to that Nikki hasn't, and some that he has and I haven't. So I would love to, have a show with him on that, which we discussed to do, and yeah, maybe discuss just the different experiences.
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing a food, show, that's what I'm saying. Just do like different things. Today's Italian. This is what I like about
Well, have you not watched my
meals.
cooking show at all? Well, it's
No,
not
I
even
never.
a cooking show.
I don't get. Let me tell you something. I'm subscribed to you. I don't get alerts, and now more than ever, I'm not getting alerts, even from Ken,
Yeah,
since
I
they
know.
did the
It's
switch on YouTube.
but
So it's like I don't
you
even
can
know
still
when the
go
hell you
back
got.
and watch them though.
Oh well, yeah. I mean,
It's
I
called
just
Too
I
Many
didn't really
Chefs,
know
and
about it.
it's what's that?
I said I didn't even know about it until you mentioned it. Too many chefs.
Well, it's
I
not
thought that
even
was
a
a
new
show that you
show.
were
It's a show
planning
that
to
I've
do.
been doing on and off for quite some time, and I talk
Okay.
about food. One episode is talking about Thanksgiving, one of them Christmas dinner, one of them Super
Yeah,
Bowl
I think
foods.
didn't you do one about what was it, 4th of July or something like that?
I
I think you
Possibly.
did something along those lines where you were talking about barbecuing.
Well, no, I talked about barbecue, I believe. Again, I've talked about a lot of different topics. Just look up too
I think I
many
saw that.
chefs on my channel, and you'll
No, but
see
I
all the
think I
different
saw
episodes.
that episode
Oh,
for
you
that.
think you watched it, eh?
That there was an episode of Too Many Chefs, and you were talking about that. I'm pretty sure it was like grilling.
Well, yeah,
It wasn't that long
I'm
ago
sure that we
either. I think it
talked
was only
about
like
that.
2 months ago. I think it was somewhere around, yeah, like 2 months ago that you did it.
2 months ago, possibly. It's been a long time since I've done Too Many Chefs, and it's probably a lot because of the, I guess, sort of writer's block. Because I wasn't sure what other topics to cover, and
Also, you're a diner. Come on, I mean, you got to get that out there
that's
when
right.
people deserve it.
That fresh food needs to be dispensed.
That's right. When people are clamoring for it, you got to
Well,
get it up.
it is a hot commodity in this community, and people like to hear about it.
I'm telling you, that's my favorite show that you do. That and then Drama Emperor. Those are my two.
Well, I've laid down the crown, and there's not much more I can do. But I look forward to the next drama war, and whoever chooses to, grasp at the crown.
Before you sign off, because I see that Drew's getting ready to go. Are you gonna possibly contemplate doing a tribunal on Mr. Flippy Floppy himself, especially with what happened just a couple of days ago, or
Who?
not really? On
Name
Go.
names.
Go on Cronin. You thinking about doing like a tribunal on him for the fact of his asinine actions, or he's not even worth it to?
No. People have already covered it ad nauseum.
Yeah.
I don't think there's no need for me to say anything, because even Nikki Nines was on YR show today talking about that. So it's like, it's been sort of covered, to quite an extent, and I don't think I need to do any more. If anything, and I don't have the time to do this, but if people want to save me the time and do it for me, okay, I'll do it. But if there's going to be any tribunal on Joe, it's going to be on race. It's going to be to expose him for the years and years of anti-white bias, hate, and what's the proper word? Inciting, violence and radicalism.
He's never going to debate you, though. That's never going to happen.
No,
And
but that's the thing, though, is that, if I could compile a huge number of clips, because I did this randomly one time and I hit it out of the park, that he was like, oh, okay, prove it. I just randomly choose a show. I'm not there. He has this black guy on. He's pandering to him, says all this anti-white stuff. I do a review on that, point it out, and he's like, but that was just one episode. Why don't you show more? It's like, dude, wasn't I the guy who's saying that this is a consistent thing? And I randomly choose a video and I find that? So if I had the time, what I would do is I would scour all his old videos for all this anti-white hate, and then I would put on a tribunal. And I would and this would pale. Sorry, the Skunty tribunal would pale in comparison
that
to
one
this
was
one,
a good one, though.
because I would have so much more to go on.
He's giving you way more ammo than Scunty. Kidding me? Years and years of shit.
I don't know about more, but it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier. And yeah.
For me, because I know you're getting ready to get off. For me, I just want to say one last thing about him as far as this bullshit. I hope he gets what the fuck is coming his way. I hope karma fucking gets his ass.
I just hope he wakes up, personally. I don't want anything bad to happen to him.
He's beyond
I just
that.
want him to wake the fuck up and admit the truth. I mean, sometimes people have to be broken to accept reality.
I think he's beyond saving. I really do. I think he's beyond
Well,
saving.
time will tell, won't it?
Beyond redemption, that's so to say. He don't give a fuck. He don't. He doesn't give a fuck at all about anybody or anything but himself. And that's a sad fucking way to live. But
And
again,
we'll leave it on that note.
Yes, and thank you for taking my call.
Well, thank you for
And
calling
for me
in
to
and
hang out with
sharing
you.
your views and stuff. Always appreciated.
And you enjoy your meal. And I will talk to you again on some show.
You never know. All right, there
All right.
goes Latino Heat. Always great to interact with him, get his input on matters of the community. I am Devious Dave Rose. We will be terminating our show, and I'm going to be going off to watch Drew. I'd suggest or encourage you to do so as well. You might have a gay old time, and if not gay, at least enjoyable. But yes, hope you have yourselves a great night. We'll talk later.